What up? What up? What's up? Big shout out to everybody out there in the Shark Tank. I see you, fam. Big shout out to my man, long time supporter, my main man, Mr. Dickie Foster in the house. What up, fam? Shout out to my little brother out there, Scratch Line News. I see you, fam. What up, fam? Big shout out to my main man, Mr. Royal Heart in the house. What up, fam? The one and only incomparable Eli Monsters in the house. What up, fam? Yo, my man, Dreadlock. What up, fam? Big shout out to my man, Pat Farmer Ray. What up, fam? He said, what it do? Talk Shit Tuesday. Hit that like button. Hit that like button. Appreciate the love, Pat Farm. Big shout out to Netics, rockin' APBT in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to my man, long-time supporter, the one and only Mr. David Morris in the house. What up, fam? Yo, big shout out to Sunrise J in the house. What up, fam? Yo, my man, 6143 in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to my main man, Mr. Terrence Westbrook in the house. What up, fam? AQ Henry Kennels in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to my man, Styles Kennels in the house. What up, fam? Bite down and shake that like button. What up, fam? Yo, my man, with you. What up, fam? Big shout out to my man, Inglewood Kennels in the house. What up, fam? Shout out to my man, Mr. Christian Bartola in the house. What up, Christian? Yo, what Liver Man? What up, fam? Big shout out to my peeps, Mr. Ethan Brown in the house. What up, fam? Yo, Mr. 216 in the hills. What up, fam? Yeah, I want to thank everybody for showing up for this Talk Shit Tuesday. Y'all don't forget to hit that like button. Don't forget to hit that like button. Big shout out to all my people out there on the back street letting you know I see you, fam. Shout out to my man, Nem Styles Kennels in the house. What up, fam? everybody for showing up tonight. Appreciate everybody for showing up tonight. Big shout out to everybody out there in the Shark Tank. Big shout out to everybody out there on the back street. And again, welcome for this Talk Shit Tuesday. Before we get started tonight, just want everybody to know we appreciate everybody. You know, all my people out there, all my YouTubers and everything to do what we do. I like to see how we support each other. You know, that's just, I'm going to give my big shout out to PBK, Buck City, Thompson, AQ Henry, all my people out there running their thing, doing their thing. Because I think the more information we have and we're willing to share, can't be, nothing but appreciate that because, again, it's all about information. When you're willing to share that information, nothing bigger than sharing that information. So, big shout out to my people over there, 7/8, the whole entire panel, my big brothers, the General, Rockery, Schoolboy as always, Ram, Rasta Man. That's just the crew. Nobody do it like you do it. Keep doing what you're doing, bruh. Sooner or later, I'm going to catch up. So, y'all don't forget to hit them like buttons. Don't forget to subscribe. Hey, I noticed I missed a lot of questions. I watched been watching the last couple of shows, and it's hard for me to catch some of them good questions, man, because that ticker, it don't generally stay where you want it to stay, So when you're watching the show and you just following the chat, I look at some of the things and I miss some good questions. So y'all can help me out by, if you really got something you want to get a point across, hit that $1.99. I guess that's the lowest you can go, and get that little super chat up there and get some of them questions asked. So I will definitely see them because they're going, super chats get all types of priority around here. Then it's easier to see pop up because, I'm not always sitting here watching the chat. And then when I get a chance to actually watch the chat, I see a couple questions. And I'm not just saying you got to pay for questions to get them asked. Because sometimes if I see it, I'll pin it up and I'll ask the question. But it's hard to sit there and just be sitting here watching the chat throughout the whole entire show for hours. It's kind of almost hard to do. And then when you guys put up pedigrees, I actually be going in, checking those pedigrees, see if they, can add something to whatever we're talking about. So I don't want y'all to feel like, that I'm missing it or anything like that. Just asking for a little bit of help because, again, some of them questions that I missed last week was important questions. And I don't want you guys to think that I'm ignoring you. It's just hard to keep up because I have other things that's going on while I'm doing this, So in order for me to catch some of them, I don't think I don't miss too many of those super chats because not only does it come across the thing, it actually comes up on my phone where I can see it and I can always go back to it and get the question compared to trying to catch up what I missed. So help me out on that situation there. Next thing I wanted to go over is, some of the things that we talk about, especially here, for some people, sometimes it can be controversial. So we don't have much communication here like I see in other places, Maybe because we stream different, because we have, a little bit more going on because first of all, we're showing our faces. Second of all, we have a video mixer here where we can go from channel to channel without trying to control a lot of things. So we miss out on a lot of things compared to having a whole bunch of people. Now I figured, when we go to having a show where we're gonna have a group of everybody coming in, all our old mentors, people who've been on the show, just gonna have just a big round table of some of the legends and just have a big round table. That's the kind of show I'm looking to put together here. I know it's gonna be very, very entertaining. but I want people to be able to ask questions with everybody that's involved and be able to get your questions answered. So that's our little next task that we're gonna be working on. So we already have that other format set up, and I think that would be the better format to do something like that compared to trying to getting guys to call in, doing it that way. But I like to have more conversations, and I put the number up for people to call in because when you where we don't have that ability to have them arguments back and forth where everybody can get in. And sometimes that can be confusing, but it sets for good content because you get a lot of things across and a lot of people comment. And I never really looked at it that way, but again, seeing how things can go and seeing, you get a lot of things accomplished. We try to stick to one format here to keep so we can just get that point across and we try to just move on. But, sometimes those type of conversations, they do help because I hear a lot of different conversations and y'all see me on other shows where I'll jump in and comment. But, I'm not Mo. And so Mo's got too much other stuff going on throughout his day to jump in there and represent like I do. So that's why I jump in there and I represent kind of like that simply because where he don't have that time, somebody's got to represent for us. So, and I will jump in there. And generally, you only hear me talk about, you know, the logistics part, the parts that, that is associated with the kennel and things that I know. Remember, I don't get into reading pedigrees and how something's bred in the intricate parts of that kind of stuff because Mo's more at that. But I understand the reasoning why we bred and some of the intricate things or why we did a lot of the things we did. I was around for all the mistakes. I was around for all the discussions. So it's easier for me to have my input because for me, Mo never got into the arguing part as far as how we and what we did. I generally did that kind of stuff. So some of the conversations that I'm seeing, they set for good conversations, but that's the thing about everyone has an opinion. And, we get in a habit here that, you know, we always say, stand on what you believe. This is why we got the Shark Tank. Because, we into that standing on what you believe, but always have, come with receipts. I don't think there's not dumb questions out here, because not everybody really knows. Some questions might sound dumb to some people, but you have to understand um, some people be really wanting to know. So I'm always a fan of answering questions, regardless of how stupid they are, depending on what type of question. Some questions are meant to be troll questions, and they're going to be handled as troll questions. Because we always say when you ask certain questions, you got to be willing to find yourself willing to be asked that same question and stand on it. But we very rarely have those type of conversations. But outside of conversating, I think that's the only way you're going to see and help people is based on answering questions. That's why I seen a couple questions that I be missing that really deserve answers, and I don't want people to think that you can't get those questions asked. Remember, I don't leave little spots where you can say if you have any questions to go ask and all that other stuff. One of the reasons that we can't do that is because our situations, you know, our situations don't allow us to have that kind of time during the day. And most of the time when y'all see me out in the rooms doing talks and jumping in on shit is because I'm already out there in the field and, you know, got my plugs in and I can just address stuff while I'm out here doing my runs. But a lot of these conversations are very interesting conversations because everybody has a different view on how things are looked. And if we're really trying to help and make this thing better, some of them conversations need to be had. And I think that's important. How they're being had is one thing, but how we address things, I feel like we should always, I speak this because I'm thinking I'm talking to grown people. I don't know how old everybody is, or how long you've been in the game, but I'm taking it that everybody's grown enough and lived enough life to where, I'm not talking to a bunch of damn kids. So I address things in that type of manner. And I think it's necessary to be willing to agree to disagree. Proven point. Now y'all know how much we look up to Super Kennels. They're my boys, and they was on here Friday, and I seen my brother um, change his mind based on something he was feeling really strong about. But Super Marlowe from Super Kennels Marlowe, he brought up a good point. You know, when he showed us that last match the Macho Buck had, and even though it said one thing in the book, Super J came and corrected that because he let it be known and told him to put it up and pull up that dog. And you notice that number 5 dog, that was a good damn dog. Damn good dog. And the referee was wrong. Jay was there. So I'm going to always believe in what my brothers say as far as Super J, because even there is the class. There's Super J, then Super Marlowe, you know what I mean? And trust me, Marlowe has much respect for the J. And I understand that respect. So when Jay comes in and makes corrections, we follow his lead because Jay knows. And I seen my brother back off of that because again, he even admitted, okay, you convinced me, and it's okay if you just listen long enough and let a person get their point across and then prove their point. Thing is, my brother's man enough to be like, okay, you're right, that kind of changes things because it's obvious. It didn't matter about what not just one, but what 2 and 3 or 3 and 4 consisted of. It was all about understanding and trying to get him to the point to understand what was being said. Because, like I said, we don't know everything. And when you got a point and you're standing on that point and you have receipts and somebody present it, it's not a matter about being embarrassed. It's a matter about, hey, it's okay to be okay. Hey, you proved your point, and you convinced me. That's the part I'm talking about, being willing enough to come back and address it as such. Because there's never an embarrassing moment when you're standing on something and you agree to either disagree or you agree with the person that your debate is with. And acknowledging that, to me, that's just what grown folks do. And I think we need a whole lot more of that. I was in a conversation today about DNA profiling, and it got kind of crazy. And I don't want people to be deterred away from getting your dog's DNA profile today because we weren't looking at that back in the day. And I told for the ones who was in the other show when I said this earlier, I'll say it again for my people. I'm never going to discourage people away from DNA profiling because I think with the ability to DNA profile today, it's all about record keeping. Just like we do pedigrees, the ADVA offers that DNA profiling. And remember, the only way that part of the DNA profiling based on what they do, the only way that database is going to get any better is you have to at least register and do it, present it. Because the more that you put in that database, the easier it's going to be and able to track what you're doing as the future goes on. See, we know G didn't have a DNA profile, but I know Mayday had a DNA profile. But not all dogs had DNA profiles, so it's hard to track. But once some of these dogs that do have DNA profiles, and you present, your DNA and let them do the research, they'll be able to tell you what you need to know if that part is in your database, and if it's not, you make that part of your database. You add what you have to add to it, because as time goes on, like for us, 20 years later, just think we had DNA profiles on our dogs based on how they were actually bred. You could go 20 years later and go back and send that DNA swab in there, and they'll be able to tell you exactly, up that DNA goes all the way back to so and so, up in here. And then that swab you just put in there, it's part of that DNA profile. So, I think that's, hey, you can't get better than that, especially when it comes down to you trying to be a breeder, or you trying to justify your breeding. Because DNA profile, if it's done the right way, it ain't gonna lie to you. You know how that works. You 9.9% baby daddy type shit. If the swab is there and all the information is needed, they're gonna be able to tell you. So I think that's the way of the future. And we have to take advantage of that, because we don't want to be going through what we go through, what we went through back in the day, when y'all can have it so much better moving into the future if you utilize what's out there. It actually protects you and actually helps you, because you have something to stand on. So I'm a fan of that. I think the other thing that I spoke on that was kind of a little crazy for me was, what was that? DNA. Trying to remember. It'll come back to me. But I think the DNA profile was one of those things. And old school. If somebody had told me back in the day, and I spoke on this before, but I'm gonna say it again. We told you our old, people around us kind of taught us about how to use roids. They taught us how to condition. They taught us how a lot of things. Now, one of the things that I noticed that they didn't tell us, takes me all the way, was the damage the steroids could do, or the proper way of using it. The cycle on and cycle off, and give them this or give them that. I didn't learn that until one of our shows, and you guys have brought it up, because we didn't know that back then. And I'm not afraid to sit here and admit that, because we did not know. It wasn't that we just didn't care. It's the fact that we just did not know. So if you think about it, and I've thought about it, because I remember when, we got our first bulldogs. Look how good them dogs were. But we didn't learn about who those dogs were, or the value of those dogs, long after we had those dogs, did all the shit we did in Carolina, and got to Ohio and found out who these dogs really were. Because didn't nobody tell us. Them old dog men that was giving up them dogs, they weren't telling us what they was giving us. Now think about all the men that we was hanging around with down there in Carolina. Great, all of them turned out to be, they were great dog men once you read about them when you get away from down there. But just think about even them. They wasn't giving up shit. Because if they had we'd have kind of known papers long before we got to Ohio. We would have really understood who Wood, Snooty, and Molly B were as far as dogs way back then, instead of waiting until we get to Ohio or even Chinaman. You know, I read about Chinaman, but I didn't read about Chinaman until I got in Ohio. But I heard nothing, they talked about Chinaman the whole time we was down there. The great litter and all that shit. Yeah, they talked about it. But to me, it was just another damn dog, just like Snooty and Molly. They was just other dogs. Levi, I mean, Low Posse's Buster, all those were just names of dogs. Didn't mean nothing back then in the beginning. But if you once you start learning, these things come into play, you realize just how much you didn't know. And then once you do know, how is it supposed to benefit you? And that's the thing that I want, all my young people out there to understand, that we all been through that little stage right there, including us, that lack of not knowing. But we didn't stop there. Our eagerness to want to learn more and more based on these bulldogs is what helped move us forward. And understanding that, yeah, you're going to have your bumps and bruises. I told you how our bumps and bruises was in the beginning. But as you learn, you learn to eliminate them bumps and bruises. Now, good thing about running into the great ones, when we actually got in Ohio, them bumps and bruises had literally stopped because we wasn't dependent on our information from one person. It was like, they say a village raises a child. We was like them little kids that the whole bulldog village raised, because they all had an input, and they was just like, bulldog parents, because as long as you was willing to listen, they was willing to tell you, but they was firm with it. You know what I mean? It wasn't like they was just telling you something and then you go out and you just do something else and don't do what they told you. You know, 'cause they would bite your head off. You know, what am I telling you for if you ain't gonna do what I tell you? The only way you're gonna get the same results I got, and this is how they were said, the only way you're gonna get the same results I got, you got to do exactly the way I told you. Don't go implementing shit. Just do exactly what I tell you. And that's the kind of guys they were. And I'm telling you, that's what actually made, you know, especially Mo, so good at the papers and good at the conditioning and good at his handling techniques. And then he gonna put his own little Marine Corps twist on it, to where they even had to stop back and look at him sometimes like, damn, you know, you working the shit out of him, twin. You know what I mean? But he had to have his own that that uh that extra what made him different than what everybody else was doing, and what made them, as old schoolers, um, appreciate what he was doing to add it to what they were doing, because he started getting results. And once you start getting those results, like you said, a lot of times they would be standing there and be like, "Slow down, twin, slow down. You're pushing him," and he wouldn't listen. But then they caught on. They started understanding, because they kept seeing it. They kept seeing it, and they kept seeing the results. Doing, what is you doing? You tell them. They ready. He took what you said, but I added a little twist to it. If you're doing the way you're doing, then I mean, I should be able to do this part right here. And I'm taking it, like that's where the Marine Corps did me, so I'm doing it to the dogs. But the minute, if it had a failed for him, I'm pretty sure they'd have been all over his ass. But then that's why I be telling y'all, it's okay to add your little niche to make it yours, because it's that little niche which is going to make you better than maybe they were. Not, again, I say, my father always told me he wanted me to be better than him, and he was a bad, based on the trade he taught me, he was a badass. But he was stuck on, I don't want you to be like me, I want you to be better than me. You know, and look at the things that I had to do to be better than him. That means I had to step up my game when he already set a high bar. I had to set an even higher bar and work even harder to be better than him. So that just knowing that part is what helped us in the dog game because we were trying to be so much like them. But their biggest thing was, no, we don't want you to be like us. We want you to be better than us. And all of them kind of like felt that way, to where they was even, telling us, you need to do this and you need to do that. You need to go find this and you need to go find that. And if you was in the process of doing that, you could make a phone call and then you could use, you know, their help to get you where you needed to go if it was something that you needed to do. See, none of them ever hampered us from trying to be better than them. Even knowing that we would never go into them, they never hampered us from trying to be better than them. They never shot us down or looked at us any different kind of way. They actually took their hats off to us because, we always made it a point that they could see they work in us. They could say, "Twin, I see you. What's that stuff? I see that stuff you give them. You know what I mean? Or I see that work. I know where he got it from. They always could see what they had to add because it was obvious, especially when they're running with you. And when they're running with you, you don't want to let them down. So that was a key to everything that we was doing. And I find myself when I'm watching, running in and out of everybody's chat rooms and hearing the things that I'm hearing, it's kind of like, you know, I'm always say be fearful of the messenger, because sometimes you might be getting wrong information. But who am I to say what's right or what's wrong? That's why I feel like it's good that everybody has an input. Everybody becomes a part of that platform because even though it's a lot of information, you got to be able to decipher and find out what works for you. You got to be able to take that information, go do your homework, and then go put it to the test because that's where the results going to come from, regardless of whatever any and everybody told us and all the little tricks of the trade. If we wasn't applying them, how in the hell will we ever know if they were going to work or not? That's the part that never made sense to me. If you don't try to apply or try to research and then apply, how would you ever know if it's going to work? Because I don't think anybody would waste their time trying to give you some information and you still go out and do it your way and fail at it and think they're going to still keep giving you information because they're just not. What's the purpose of me spending my time trying to tell you how to do something if you're not going to do what I tell you? You know, and again, remember, I had to learn a trade, and that's the way I learned my trade. My daddy he wasn't no joke. He was dead serious. He was hard at it. So even dealing with the Marine Corps, I was used to it because I came from that kind of household. They were firm and they were demanding, and don't do it the way you want to do it. Do it the way I tell you how to do it. And once you figure that out, you know, that's like putting four wheels on a car. As long as you got the four wheels on, the thing you got to learn now that you know what it takes for a car to be a car, you got to be able to get in there and drive it and handle it yourself. So that's why I was always sticking to, first of all, get the foundation right. Understand the foundation. What makes a house a house? What makes a car? What makes a bulldog a good bulldog? Understanding the foundation and look at where you're going. And then you build on that foundation. You got a weak foundation, you're going to have a bunch of bullshit dogs. You're going to have a bullshit ass house. You're going to have a bullshit ass business. Everything about you going to be bullshit if you don't have the type of sturdy foundation that it takes to build any damn thing. That's just human nature. But it really matters when, when it comes to dogs. In construction, we have engineers and they have to draw up the plan and they're giving us the plan on a piece of paper. But you know how many plans I didn't have in my lifetime where shit was still done wrong? Well, I had to give it back to the engineer and tell him, you need to fix that shit because there's no way that shit can happen. But I'm qualified enough to know what I need because I'm looking at a plan. And you want me to execute this plan, but you're supposed to be the smart guy in it. But I got to give you your plan back and you got to make changes. So not every plan is always going to be perfect. There's not a contract that I ever had or a plan that was ever given me that there wasn't changes that was going to be made. And that's how I look at these dogs. You got to look at them dogs just like that. You got to have a damn blueprint. And that blueprint got to be right because you're going to know what it all looks like once it's said and done. Now, with these dogs, you got years invested. See, when we building buildings, it might take us maybe 2 months to put a big $1 million house together. And look at all the hands it takes. You got the carpenters, electricians, you got everybody all doing the work at the same time. And it only take but one of them to fuck up everything and shut the whole project down. Just one of them. Have a whole project shut down. Well, that's the way I look at the dogs when it comes to your breeding process. Or your maintaining process. How you keep your dogs. If you ain't cleaning up the shit, you're not doing the worming, you're not doing understanding the actual feed or the housing and not checking the chains, not having the cameras. All that shit is like a damn construction site with everybody trying to build something. And everybody trying to do their job all at the same time. That's what these dogs be looking like. A whole bunch of shit that you have to take care of. And at any moment time that you're not taking care of each individual thing, you're going to have some damn issues. And them type of issues can set you way back. I mean, when I say way back, I'm talking about way back. Have you ever been on a construction site that got shut down all because the foundation wasn't right? And think about how much shit got on that foundation before they make you have to tear all that shit back down and redo the foundation. You should see what that shit looks like and how people feel when that has to happen. I've seen it happen a couple times. So that's how I look at these damn dogs. That's why I say, think about the money that you're spending and the time that really actually goes into them. It's easy to get on this damn podcast and talk about it. It's good to have maybe 3 or 4 dogs on the yard, but even them 3 or 4 dogs on the yard need to be the right dogs. And it's still going to boil down to why you got, what's the purpose of 3 or 4 dogs? What's your plans? So when you're sitting here talking about these dogs, you have to understand, if you're talking to a real dog man, he knows this already. So your conversation, that man might not say nothing. He just sitting there listening to you talk. But in your talking, and you're talking to somebody experienced, they gonna really know what you're talking about. It's like somebody's talking construction to me. I'm gonna know just how long they've been doing it, if they really know what they're talking about. To where I don't have to say anything. Because sooner or later, I'm going to want to know, okay, you're telling me this, so what are you looking for? How can I help you? Because that's generally how it works out there on the construction site when somebody walks up to me with the plans in their hands. They know I'm only there to take care of the air conditioning, heating, and the refrigeration, and running all the drain pipes and doing all that other stuff. But then I'm the main man there because without the air conditioning, they don't have shit. My qualification makes me just as good as the plumber and the electrician. So I'm like four trades all in one. So everything in general got to go by me. So I've always had a bunch of things, even when it came down to them to putting up walls. Now you know that duct work got to go through that wall, but you put that wall up there knowing damn well I'm not cutting out that hole. So that means you got to get somebody back in here, cut a hole out, and make sure that hole is big enough to do that. Some of them come to me before that wall go up because they're looking at the plans and they know something's got to go through that wall. Let me go find my man, Mike. What you think? I'm looking at this to do this wall. How big you want this? How much I need to be from the ceiling? You know, give me an idea so I can put that. You know, as they putting that wall up, we don't have to cut it out. We can just go ahead and build around, so you know, so we don't have to go back through that. Yeah, some do that, some don't. For the ones who had to go back and didn't do it, always something that it was frowning about because they end up having to do it. I'm not going to do it. I'm here to put it in there. I ain't here to make it, you know, put no holes in no damn walls or nothing else. My pipes got to go through that wall. I'm not going to be drilling that core hole through that wall. Damn it. That's for you to do. So that's how I be looking at, you know, when we y'all talking the dog man, the dog man, the dog man. Yeah, we might have our different ways of doing it, but again, it's still, we're all looking for the same thing, the product. What's the end product? Whether I'm breeding, whether I'm treadmill racing, climbing a wall, jumping, pulling weights, you're still looking for the same thing, to have the best product on the market. And that's what success leads to. Now, do we need to argue about that? No. I don't never feel like we should have to argue about a situation. And when, you know, back in our day, we already knew how to deal with that type of shit. You know, you talk that shit, but you better be about that shit because it don't take nothing but to just, I see you over there. Then we just do what we do. You know, and that was the easy part because, again, that's what the game was built on. We don't live in them days and times. So it's kind of like, I don't know how you work your hand when it comes to them kind of things. Do you have to learn to be a good, you know, salesman? You know, I'm not a part of the now, so it's hard for me to understand the now when things are just so much different. But in order to preserve the breed and understand what it takes to keep the integrity of the breed, is why we have this conversation. We have the conversation because I think it's always going to be a very important conversation for moving forward. Because moving forward, you know, there's just like 20 years has passed for me. Before you up know it, 20 years are going to have passed for you. You're going to have to look back over them 20 years and still look yourself feeding dogs 20 years later. And for what? Was that a bunch of wasted time? I'm truly tell you, I can still look back on that time period and tell you it was still one of the best times I've ever had in my life. As an old man, can sit here and tell you I enjoyed myself. And maybe that's, you know, if that's what I got out of it, yeah. At that time, yeah, that was just a part of my life and I enjoyed it. Got something out of it. Was able to at least say, you know, that was, you know, I wouldn't get, you know, I wasn't big as our mentors, but they can still look at me, you know, Mo, and be like, yeah, yeah, they was crazy, but they had some damn good dogs, and they knew what to do with them. Yeah, they was hard to beat, but then where'd I get that from? I got it from them, and that's why I say, and I had this discussion because remember I make it around to everybody's podcast. I watch all the comments and I watch all the conversations. Some of them I jump in on, some of them I just sit back. And you know, and I bring that to y'all's attention simply because to me it's just more than just entertainment. To me, I really want to follow, you know, the direction these dogs are actually going. Because I know what y'all working up against. down from the law. If it ever help you in the law, we try to tell you how to deal with the law. First of all, live by the disclaimer. If you're living by the disclaimer and you understand the disclaimer, you should be able to fight the law regardless of what they say or do when they come at you. You don't foil to them. You understand the law. As long as you're understanding the law, you can fight the law. That's why we push that issue. Everything else, as far as the integrity of the game and how you treat each other as gentlemen, and just don't be caught on the wrong end. You shouldn't have to take from somebody or lie to people to get your money off, because how long you think that lasts? Me being a businessman and understanding the streets, I was treating people bad in business, bad news travel faster than good news. So I'm going to be out here taking and mistreating people and making promises I can't keep. I sure as hell wouldn't have the referrals that I have. Because who's going to refer somebody like me? Shit work the same way in the streets. You do somebody wrong, or you out here doing something you ain't have no business, it's going to pass, and guess what? Ain't nobody going to be wanting to do business with you. Same thing with these dogs. You might get a couple of off, but as soon as you get that bad name, guess what? Ain't nobody gonna be wanting to buy no dogs. But it all depends on how good of a salesperson you are. Yeah, I think you can be the shittiest person in the world and still have good dogs. I just think because of you being a shitty person, sometimes hampers the success of your business. That's all. Sometimes people, you can get things off when people don't know. When people don't know in the streets, they just don't know that, you come by and you get it off, but they don't come back because you probably do them the same way you was doing everybody else. Eventually, you run out of people. So that's one of them other things that I wanted to speak on, because I want you guys to feel like we ain't trying to really just feed y'all a bunch of shit. What we really, really trying to do is keep the integrity and the quality of the bulldogs in perspective moving forward, regardless of what you're doing, how you do it. You got to keep the integrity and the honesty and the truthfulness of the game as pure as you can get it, because you don't really understand what it takes to get the quality of the dogs because you're not doing shit. Remember, I say that because I understood, back in our day, quality meant performance. I'm not telling y'all to go out and do nothing wrong. I understand sometimes you gotta, change with time. So I'm not doing anything to have to worry about changing with time. So I'm trying to understand y'all ways of dealing with the quality of the dog. How you grading them? How are you putting these game dog, or you turned out to be a good dog? I'd be wanting to know what that looks like in the now. So say, yeah, I'm old school. I'm out of touch, which is understandable. One thing I'm thinking is not going to change, and that's the animal itself, the dog. The American Pit Bull Terrier been an American Pit Bull Terrier long before I've had one. And we can go way, way, way back many, many years. And he gonna still be the same damn dog. Names might change, breedings might change, but the dog and the quality of the dog and the breed itself, the success came based on the dog itself. During most time when the dog has success, the owner has success. That didn't work in all occasions because, again, you had some great dog men who became some shitty people, but you can best believe they didn't start out being shitty. Sometimes money will do that to you. Just like in the streets, Just like in regular business, money gets so good you get greedy. 'Cause you got that flow in. It just got. I got to serve everybody. I can't let that money get away. It gets like that in business. It gets like that in the street business. I mean, that's just a part of if you're doing business. That's how that works. Some people handle that a little bit different. You know, just never was one for that, regardless of which one we was dealing with: the dogs, the street, or business. You know, if you didn't have what it took to get that business part, then you better be doing something to make sure you get it right. You know, if I got to hire more people, you know, and then I'm not just gonna hire anybody because you hire the wrong people, then they're gonna be out there fucking up. Then it'll be the purpose. What would be the purpose? It wouldn't be no purpose. So there's a lot of things that got to happen when you start making changes, and you got to be aware of them changes, and you got to make sure when you're moving, doing them things that maybe the people I'm bringing in, maybe they don't have the qualifications of the people that already got here. So the people that already got here, guess what? They basically get promoted, and then they have somebody to walk around and carry their toolboxes. Somebody that they can go over there and tell to go take that thing down there, take it off the wall, take it and throw it in the trash, then come back in here and put that other thing on the wall. But see, now my man that I done promoted, he got 5 people he can do that with. So now what job that he used to do by himself, he got responsibility of 5 other people. Now look at all the work that I'm getting done now. Yeah, I got to pay more people, but guess what? I'm getting a lot more work done, which means I can go get more work. That makes sense. That's just business. You know, that works the same way regardless of I'm in the streets. Shit. So regardless of how you do business, business is business, and it's up to you to try to make that business work. Just make sure it's always going to be good business. Okay. So that's the other thing I wanted to throw out there, just to keep everything on the natural, because I hear these conversations, I hear all the faults, all the crazy things that comes along with the bulldog game. I've heard it all, but I also am old school with this game. So if I'm going to help this game move forward, I gotta have some type of input. Can't let it stay the way it is. I can't be like them ones who did us in the very beginning and didn't do nothing, didn't say nothing, didn't have no input. Just go let you figure out on your own. You know, you got too many people out here that's willing to give up that information and help you move forward. But my key thing that you got to be careful of the messenger is always, you know, and I think pretty much schoolboy and I say the same thing, and I'm pretty sure most of the old heads will, is that don't disbelieve what I tell you. Go do your research. I'm a fan of that. You know, don't just take what I'm telling you. Hell, I tell my customers that. Don't we in an information-based world, don't just take what I'm telling you. Go research what I'm telling you. And you're gonna find out that you're not the only one having that problem. Remember, I didn't make this shit. Somebody else made it. And if they made that shit for you, they made it for somebody else. And if you're having a problem, I guarantee you them other people are having the same problem you have because they made by the same person. Just research it. And they'll call me back, Mike, you're right. What can you do about it? I'm gonna come and help you fix your problem. That's how I win people's confidence. I need to reassure them that I'm not just like the other 2 people that came in here and fed you a bunch of bullshit and you still shit ain't working, but because this is why you calling me. You're telling me 2 people been here and this is what happened. Well, I'm not going to be the third person. What's going to make me different? There's something that makes me different. Same thing about these dogs. It's going to be something that's going to make us different. We're going to tell you. We're going to put you in the right direction. If you go out and do your research, you're going to be back because you're going to have to ask them certain questions. I know you've been doing your research. I know you've been doing your research, or you would have never known to come back and ask me what you asked me. See, that's what them old school dog men, you know, they kind of had this little thing about they knew if you was doing the right thing because they knew you would come back to get to that point to where you had to ask. And time hasn't changed that much. I've been doing business all my whole entire life, and trust me, that format has not really changed. Technology with everything going on, people really don't change that much. Technology and everything around you can change, but the people, they're always going to be the same damn shit, just like the dogs. A good bred dog is going to be a good bred dog. And the only way we're going to know it's a good bred dog is we know what good look like. We know what that, when you say good bred dog, what determines a good bred dog? We just ain't going to say it's a good bred dog because we're looking at that piece of paper. We're going to tell you it's a good bred dog because this is how I bred it and this is how it is. This is a great product right here. In a couple of years, I'll be able to tell you if this product was able to create more of this good product. And then I can brag about that product, the paper product, and the offspring product. That's a good damn dog right there. That's how I grade shit. That's how I want y'all to grade shit. Because ain't nothing like having a good damn dog. Have a couple good damn dogs, that means you're doing something right. Some people be glad just to get one. I mean, one. But even in that case, if I had one good damn dog, he would have to be more than just considered a good damn dog to me, and then can't produce me some more good damn dogs. That's the only way you get a good damn dog out of me. You can be a good damn dog because you're the great performer. That's a good damn dog. But you're going to be a great dog if you can produce what you say you can produce by showing me. All them different levels, man, to this game, it can be mind blowing. But then again, that's what separates, everybody from everybody. You know, we had all the matches and all these years, but then why do certain people stand out? What made them certain people that we talk about and we say the Maydays and the Jeeps and the Red Boys and the Bucks and the S.T.Ps and the Floyd Boudreaux? Remember, we picking out these names out of all this big ass game. But we got these certain names that we throwing around. What made them names so special? And at what point does that change? So we start using different names. Let's see. We in 2024, and we started in 1985. Might have been a little sooner than that, 82, 83. 82, 1982 to 2024. We still hear the same damn name. That's what I'm talking about, man. At what point will these names change? Because the way time's showing it, and from what I've seen, not much has changed. But there have been some good ones out there. You remember the Maydays came through. I mean, I was around when the Boyle shit was, just getting cranked up. The Rascal shit was getting heated. Lived in that time period. But why are we still using the same names now? What was the names prior to that? I heard a whole lot of Jocko shit back then. Dutch Boy shit. I mean, we were hearing Dutch Boy and Kingfish back there in our day. Them the kind of names we was hearing. Kingfish, Dutch Boy. Dibo, Ironhead. I mean, these are, Buster. These are the names that was around way back then. You don't hear them names that much now. Not that much. Not like we hear in the names that we back when we walked away from the game 20-something plus years ago, them same names still coming up. They ain't changed a damn bit. 20-something years later. So, y'all see where I'm coming from. That's where I'm at. It's called preservation of the game. I know we old school, but guess what? At least if you can't find something in the conversation, then maybe this ain't where you want to be. But if you can find something in the conversation, that just shows that you are trying to be something and be better than what most of us have been. That's all. Because guess what? We wasn't sharing it, where else are you going to get it from? That's all. I mean, that's just my point of view. I'm not speaking for everybody. So big shout out to, like I said, all my boys out there. I know who y'all is. Y'all keep doing what y'all doing. Keep representing. Because again, you got to have somewhere to go. And it's entertaining. So why not enjoy it while you got it, but take advantage of it. You feel me? Here you go, Mo. You already know what the show going to be about, bro. My man done finally made it in. How was your day today, man? You get accomplished what you was trying to get done? You look rough. Oh, Lord, you coughing again. You got to forgive my brother today, man. He's under the weather. But he still made it. My boy done walked through the door. I know I got a little touchy conversation for him today, but I guarantee you he going to take care of it. What up? Excuse me. Oh. I just like to start off while I'm plugging all this stuff up to put a question out there to the chat. Can anybody tell me why Pat Patrick lied about, well, I wouldn't say lie. I would say, why would he go to S.T.P and the fellas and tell them, Buck's a good dog. I think I need to know what his true pedigree is. Stuff a little tater. The only reason I lied because Mr. Warman, when he was trying to buy a dog, I sold him Buck. He sold Buck because Mr. Warman wanted a Mahoney dog. So he put Golden Boy together on there and sold him that dog. That was the paper move. Buck got famous. See, he was a good dog. He went to them and said, hey, look, man, this is the way the dog is bred. I lied about it because Mr. Waldman wanted a Mahoney dog. So he came clean with the conspiracy of the lie. He admitted it. He even admitted it to the APBT during that time. You know what I'm saying? So, can anybody remember that? Can anybody go back and far enough to say, hey, that's true what Twin just said? That's how the whole controversy started. What did Pat Patrick have on his yard anyway? Do you think he changed the paper to sell some puppies? That's right. He changed the puppy's pedigree to get a man what he wanted. I guess it was the time when everybody was doing it, but that's what happened. S.T.P went on what the man told him. Even though the APBT found it hard to change, they did a whole lot of changing when it came down to them papers and pedigrees in the Umbolio stuff, and we're going to talk about a little bit of that today. And let's put it together, and let's go on the assumption. Now, I would have kept that story. I should have told you that story after the fact. But let's look into that, and let's ask ourselves, let's just test the dog theory. Let's look at the dog theory. Dog theory. Buck was off a golden boy. Let's just assume that. We're going to pull up the pedigree here, y'all. Give me a chance to get my shit all plugged up. And we're going to go look at that a little closer. And let's see what he meant when he said that, hey, Mr. Waldman wanted a Mahoney dog. Get my glasses on. You have to excuse me. I'm going through. You got me on more pills, and more pills they give me, the more tired I be. You tell me, I don't know if I'm tired of taking all these damn pills. Hope everybody's doing okay today. Hope you had a good weekend. I really did enjoy Friday's show, y'all. We didn't even get a chance to go through all them champions he had. He had a couple more grand champions we didn't get into, but we're going to save all that for a later date and shit and dig in a little deeper into those pedigrees. But, all I have to say is, Friday y'all met those was hunters. Remember in the beginning I always said, how many different kind is it? You're either going to be a hunter, a breeder, or you're going to be both. It's just how you handle those segments. Some guys go out there and want to be hunters, they go out and buy match dogs. They can have a couple different lines of dogs on their yard. They don't care as long as they matching dogs. Them the kind to go out there, they have the right kind of money, they go out there and buy champions, one time winners they see, and they picking all their goodies out the box. Kennels is one of the more renowned ones to do so, with a little help with they had, you start adding up them, and then the Color Brothers, they was running along with that little crew, and you got to add their champions and dogs they was doing, because they all hunting, so those were hunters. Tom from Pro Set, he did the same thing. He bought a lot of one-time winners, two-time winners, Termon made them champions and shit. He was a hunter. He made a pretty good breed, though, but, when you in contrast with the dogs that you're using, and you getting your dogs from people like Hardcore or people like Stone City, that, they created their lines and, and they hunted with them. They didn't really start breeding out, turning into, the puppy game until their dogs had ranked up enough rep to be able to do that. I did it too. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't no puppy peddler, but I couldn't keep them all. And the bottom line to that part right there, I'm still a hunter, lining up and breeding up, play with. But hey, everybody don't make it, and so you can't say that, I don't peddle puppies when, hey, I only kept what I wanted. Everything else had a price on it. And that was when I was trying to maintain the yard, keep what I wanted. Some of those dogs that didn't make it, yeah, they got sold. It wasn't because they was bad dogs. They just weren't match dogs. I'm trying to have match dogs. I'm a hunter breeding to hunt, not breeding to breed. And
my thing was I didn't want to have a whole bunch of dogs just lining up pedigrees to see how good my pedigree handwork would do to, publicize it and sell dogs. I didn't get onto that part right, Go ahead, Mike.
I want to give a big shout out to my man Zachariah 23 coming in with a 5-piece. Appreciate the love, fam. He said, not going to be able to stay on, so just scratching into the super chat real quick. No, it's going to be a good one. S2W. Appreciate the love, Zachariah. Ain't seen you in a while, but appreciate the love, fam.
Excuse me, fella.
My man Scratch Line, little brother said he never changed Patient's paperwork. And she was Buck's little mate sister.
Mm-hmm. Well, now they said she was brave. You know what I'm saying? They ain't changed their papers.
Crossline said Buck dogs perform totally different than the Bolio dogs. He bred them long enough and it's easy to see. When you had them, you know what he's talking about. You done had enough of them.
That's true. They're just trying to figure out why did he say he was off a golden boy in the beginning. That's the question. Why did he lie? He definitely admitted that he lied. He said, man, the dog is not the way he's supposed to be. Mr. S.T.P. I'll tell you how the dog is bred. They're off a little tater. Now keep in mind, what could he get out of it? What did he have on his yard to get him? What did he have on his yard to get anything out of it? For it to lie. He came clean, so what benefit did he have? A bunch of buck dogs on his yard? Shit, he didn't even have buck. You see what I'm saying? So why go to the man and tell him, I put some fake papers on Buck because the man wanted him a Maloney dog. Maloney dog. Making sense to y'all? So he wanted them to have the dog's true pedigree. That's what it really boiled down to. The damage was already done. And why was the damage done? Because he had to admit that he sold Mr. Wallman the fake ass papers on his dog. You know what I'm saying? I'm getting there. That's where we're going to start with. I'm trying to start there with him. Let's take a closer look, y'all. New computer, right, Mike? Trying to pull it up here, fellas. A little slow here. Sorry about that, fellas. I had to go hunt him down a little bit. Come on, let's take a look at this. Okay. This is the dog that he sold Mr. Warman. All right. Now, give me a chance here. Let me get a chance to pull up the other pedigree. I don't want no damn AI. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Where happened to go? Up there. Okay. Here's Patch's little tater. As we can see, there's definitely clearly a difference in the two dogs. Let's look a little closer though. Here's the truth. And there's the lie. As you can see, the man asked for a Mahoney dog, and that's what he got him. He got him a bitch off a red lady with some Mahoney shit. That's what the man wanted. And he got a damn good dog. He believed he had a good dog. He got a good dog, and this is how the dog is bred. But when S.T.P and them got him and became famous, no, man. Because that's what it was on my papers, too. But the man said, no, y'all. That ain't the dog's pedigree. Now, let's look a little closer here at Golden Boy. Let's see. Let's see what we can find. Let's see what we gonna find. I'm pretty sure he had more than this old buck under Golden Boy. Or did he ever do anything else? Did they have any siblings? Let's go check. Did Buck with this breeding have any siblings? We got Gold Nugget, full brother S.T.P's buck, APBT registered, New Quest. Any offspring? Mindy Lou, 1983. Somebody out there bouncing this stuff around. Long Beach, Cali. See what I'm saying, y'all? See, that's just that's just on the assumption that maybe they got pulled, their leg got pulled on too, or maybe not. Yeah, that Mahoney dog. Offspring. Okay. That's my point. Now, y'all want now. That's the golden boy theory right there being checked. We looking at the dog. We already know we got a good dog. We already know we got a good dog. We already know we dealing with a good dog ranch on Champion Buck. We just got the breaking news: the buck ain't off the golden boy. So, man, he had already told the lie. So now he's coming back with the truth. No need for him to put any other kind of pedigree on him. He ain't got none of the shit. He didn't even have a buck. Right? Now let's go look at this dog right here. Let's first check his siblings. Back to Speedy, Coco Baby. And then we got another little tater there. Now, y'all watch what's happening here. We're going to give him the same justice that we gave Golden Boy. Got this lady in red, little tater. Yeah, you see it. See what I'm saying? Hollywood dog. Remember how we got there, though. I just want y'all to remember how we got there. Let me go back. Little tater. Siblings. No, we're going to see that again. Know where this going to lead you to. See, we making movements down here with Tater. We making movements down here with that Mahoney stuff right here with Boney Macaroni. But look at the Tater stuff. Takes us back to the same thing. Don't forget baby Lively. Badass dog. Dolly, Polly. Y'all know who those dogs are. That PNP is Lively right there. That shit right there. That's that Jigga stuff. You'll find Jigga down in that shit somewhere. There go Wiley. There go Zulu. Yeah, that baby Lively. A wake up call. You notice how we go sliding down through here. You know what I'm saying? We picking them up. We were just talking about Wiley. You know, I always said them good dogs always come from the great ones. But coming back out, I'm just pointing out certain things that can put you in the same old relationship. Start looking a little closer. We can answer that question. Was little Tater Buck's daddy? One thing we damn sure know. Golden Boy didn't produce. Giving him a chance. We already looking at little Tater producing. Not only we looking at little Tater producing, we're looking at little Tater with some producing power. See what I'm saying? This Tater's daughter. Dolly, ROM, Polly, littermate. Littermate. Lady in Red. Is she a producer? If she's a producer of producers, that's for damn sure. Who don't know Peppermint Patty? This is a producing working line. Why are we talking about this particular part of it? Because this is the particular part that's in question. Who is Buck genetically more inclined with? Golden Boy or Little Tater? Proof is in the pudding. These dogs is doing the exact same thing the grand champion Buck was doing. Producing. This is more in contrast genetically to Buck. Not Golden Boy. They, you know, we're not taking nothing away from the Honey shit. But hey, the man stepped up and said, this is how this dog is bred. Now, by this point, he might have been a good match dog, but how well was he able to produce? It was still in question. The man, he ain't like he throwing a bunch of puppies out there and then the world is caught the world by storm on that end. No, he went to the man when the dog became famous as he started winning these matches, and then when he beat the Sandman, you know, I think it was told before he even went in the Sandman. But he was told. Man gave you a reason why he told. Now he's giving you a reason why he's telling you the truth. Patches little tater. He didn't really need no help selling shit. Based on what we're looking at right here, he ain't had no problem selling nothing. But Mr. Hollingworth was getting it all. One thing for damn sure, that he didn't have no problem pelling off of that bitch. And let's look at her siblings again. Don't forget this bitch. Taking us right back around where we come from. Complete circle. You're taking the sibling, going back into this. Look a little closer. Little tater. Little tater. Sister. Sister. See, all this right here, it tells me why it makes more sense that little tater was Buck's daddy. Too much evidence. Too much evidence. We're not even talking about the dog's potential in breeding. We still stuck on just the daddy. We stuck on little tater right now. We ain't even on Buck. We're trying to decipher genetic-wise. If we was going to go in genetically looking, we're genetically looking, knowing who Buck is now, genetically speaking, what fits. I'm going to tell you, the live fits Golden Boy. The truth fits Little Tater. The fact that he lied because he admitted it. The truth that he speaks of, it's got more truth. We got more evidence towards the truth than we got towards the lie. You know what I'm saying? But one lie, and that lie didn't go more further. Golden Boy didn't produce shit. There's nothing in his genetics to tell us that he had anything to do with any genetics that he could have contributed to Grand Champion Buck, like Grand Champion Buck, what Grand Champion Buck did. I mean, we see it over here. When we add little Teddy to the equation, we see a whole lot of genetics and traits. One of the biggest traits was the power to produce. The double bread, little tater. Sister. This is the truth. This is what he came clean on. He already had this shit. He didn't need Buck. They sitting on the shit outside of that to even show you that. Offspring. We all know about that offspring. Yes, we do. This is why it connects. We're talking about we looking for Grand Champion Buck and running into Mayday Choice and Dragon Lady. Uh-oh. See, that's the genetic connect. Now we go over there and we go back over here to Buck. Let me find him again. Let's go, boy. I think I can find on something that way. No. What's the best way to find this shit? Trying to get back to Buck. Don't want to destroy gold, boy. I know how to go back to Buck. Put it back up. Go back to Buck. Yeah. We kick back the little tater and go to his offspring. Yeah, that looked like 357. That looked like Macho Buck. That looked like a damn Buck Rogers. Not only does it look like it, that shit was acting like it. Come on, y'all. Everybody need a little Zebo in their life. Keep telling y'all. Keep telling y'all. You gonna find it down there in that yellow shit with that Rosie. Zebo, big factor. Key factor. You know, always hear me talking about that part, but just in the strength that was logically true, all this speaks for itself. He did this. We ain't even in the Hollandworth dogs right now. We was over there with the Hollandworth dog. We over here with this dog. At the time the truth came out, this man didn't have no puppies all on the ground being no ROM. Look at this shit here. Look all that down there that they got to say. Yeah. That looks like the same shit. When you go to picking up his offspring, the collaboration damn near like Yellow Buck. Genetically, looks just like let me see, I gotta go back and grab him up. Well, I'm just gonna have to pull it up. Gotta get my own little tab here. I put up on Dolly sit. Well, I'm trying to close them, but you know, I don't see him in a month. That's one kennel sitting up there with all them damn. Yeah, that was a good show, Friday. You know, I want to leave some of this stuff open so I can just slip on down in there and continue going where I was going with this. You know, okay, now just say it again. There go Yellow Buck. Grand Champion Yellow Buck, you see how he's bred, right? Little Tater with the yellow stuff. Awesome baby coming off the yellow. Then let's do a little switch up. So it's still heavy bolio up in there. Still dealing with some heavy bolio shit. Still dealing with some heavy bolio shit. And then let's do that same thing to Dolly. Offspring. What a game changer. Game changer, but let's look a little closer. We got Mayday on the top. We got that old bolio down there in the bottom. Got even an eighth. That little old Fan Champion Rowdy. But the rest of this shit, same thing we see up there with Buck. Heavy bolio. This double bred tater down here on the bottom. Yes, sir. That's the connecting point to Golden Boy don't fit that puzzle. Little Tater fits that puzzle. Little Tater fits both of those genetics. Two great kennels producing a whole bunch of shit. Don't forget this dog had a litter mate. Old Blondie, y'all know who Blondie is. Yellow Buck litter mate sister. No, they had shoot, I don't see all of them there because Yellow Buck had a litter mate sister was Miss Piggy. There she go, Champion Miss Piggy. There she go. I knew her. Litter mate. Doing buck shit. This a turnaround of Mayday. Mayday and Buck damn near bred alike. They definitely bred in the same type of line. I don't like Mayday dogs, but you shouldn't like Buck dogs either. Especially Stone City dogs. And what do we see in Stone City dogs? We see Yellow Buck, we see Miss Piggy, we see Champion Nico, we see Champion Nico Jr., we see Grand Champion Awesome Bees, Grand Champion Awesome Buck. Why do you think the shit look together when you put it together with Macho Buck? It's just a continuing factor. Why you think it worked when going hard, put it with the Mayday Stone City? It's the same combination. We just put it on top of each other. That's all it was. I'll show you. There's your Stone City. There's your Mayday. All that yellow. We just put the Patrick and the yellow together. What is the common connection in this shit? Little tater. Top and bottom. This killing shit right here is what made it different on our end. This killing shit right here. Uh-oh, there goes schoolboy. Doctors in the house. Professors in the house.
What's up, brother? Hold on, let me get you plugged in.
The genetics. I'm counting on the genetics. I went with the tater.
What up, big bro?
What's up, big bro?
What's happening?
Hey.
Everybody in the chat, salute twins. How you guys doing?
What's up, big bro? I step away from that for a minute, y'all, while we have let's bring big bro into the house. The professor's in the house, y'all. What's up, big bro?
I wanted to chime in a little bit,
Help
and,
yourself.
Looking at both pedigrees, right? You posted them up, right?
Yes, sir.
What's the dominant blood or dog in both of those pedigrees?
Dominant. Okay, let me go back.
Go back.
There's Golden Boy. Oh, I'm looking at Mayday and Buck, right?
No. Both pedigrees on Buck. One's off a Little Tater.
Okay, there's Golden Boy. Okay, there's Golden Boys right there.
Okay. But put Buck's pedigree up with Waldman's Buck and then S.T.P. Buck, right?
Yeah, okay, I got okay, hold on. Let me do that. Offspring. Waldman's Buck. Okay. Dominating factor is still Bolio.
Okay. Bolio, right?
Yes, sir. Now hold on, let me pull up Buck. Let me pull up Buck. Okay, now we got Buck.
I'm gonna throw a wrench in there.
Okay.
Okay.
My common factor I see is Bolio.
Right. On both pedigrees, whichever one is right, the dominant dog, the common factor is Bolio, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, does Buck look like a Bolio dog? That's the first question.
For Buck? Yeah, to me, he do.
Okay.
He's 1, 2, 3, 4 times Bolio.
And on the other one, it's the same damn thing, just in different places.
Okay, hold on. Now, same thing. You right about that, schoolboy?
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So, regardless of which pedigree it is, Bolio is the dominant factor.
And
okay. Why does Buck have a red nose? Is it the Klaus blood or is it the Maloney blood?
Well, you would say it was the Maloney blood if you was going on Tombstone in there.
If you're going on Keno and all that,
Yeah.
That's where it would come from.
Right.
If you're going on the other side, it's coming from the Klaus blood to the red baby.
Down at the bottom, right.
Right. So I'm not saying I know. I believe it's Little Tater too.
What I'm looking at the genetics of the production. Okay, Golden Boy didn't take a trip. Damn it, that damn Waldman's Buck took a trip, and it lines up right up with the Hollingsworth because Little Tater is a major factor, and you see what he produced. He produced the Hollingsworth dogs, right? And then we go over there and we look at Stone City and them shit with the Buck shit. Buck is shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Same thing.
Yeah, I agree.
We have a trait of genetics that show that these dogs are throwing match dogs. Now, damn it, Golden Boy ain't do shit. He can give me. He can give me. We give him Buck, and we take everything else. with the Hollandworth dogs. We get everything else. Golden Boy didn't show no type of genetic makeup to do such a thing that Buck did. It's not, I mean, you can say it's in his pedigree, but I don't see it because he didn't do it. It shows up more on Little Tater outside of that. Golden Boy ain't got a backup plan. Buck got a backup plan because he had Little Tater. He had sisters off of Little Tater throwing. A whole line of dogs throwing.
Right. Now, again, maybe the all the offspring off of Golden Boy isn't there. Maybe there's more. But irregardless, the reason that I think Golden Boy didn't produce because his daddy Keno quit. And I don't know that firsthand knowledge, but that comes from Vinny. Vinny told me that.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's the reason why, you know, he's not on a lot of pedigrees, or he wasn't producing that much, or he did and they changed the papers or whatever.
Well, let's talk about Pat Patrick and why he came clean. He said Mr. Wallman wanted a Maloney dog. So he sold him a Maloney dog.
Hold on. First, the dog didn't go to Walden first. He went to a doctor.
Okay.
Buck went to a doctor first, and he got too rambunctious. The doctor couldn't handle him, so he either sold him or traded him or gave him the Wald. I forget how it was done, but he went from Waldman, from the doctor to Waldman, and then from Waldman to S.T.P. If I remember correctly, the original pedigree was Little Tater. Then it got changed to Golden Boy. I may be wrong on that. That's what my recollection is. Not the other way around.
Yeah, because Mr. Walden wanted a Maloney dog.
Okay.
He told that story to S.T.P. Now, maybe the switcheroo came in there because one thing he wanted to stand up and make clear. And what to gain? What did he have to gain? Buck wasn't throwing great dogs yet.
Right.
Why come clean and say, hey, look, this dog is really bred like this? And he sure can't say nothing much about it when he got the Hollandworth dogs over there and they ain't in his hands at this point in time. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. I don't know the all why and wherefore, but I'll say this, right?
Mm-hmm.
At that time that all this stuff was happening, and before that, if you knew Patrick and you talked to him a lot and you were good with him, he would tell you all this stuff.
Yeah.
Of the peds being changed and this, it's really this way and that way. He wasn't really hiding nothing that way, you know?
Right.
So it's not like, you know, that it wasn't known that he did that. It's kind of like Carver, you know, Carver would say, you know, I'll give you the cake, but not the recipe or this or that.
Right.
Patrick would change the recipe. It's this, no, it's that. It's really this and really that.
Right? He went to the ADBA with the argument. He actually went to the ADBA with the argument. He actually showed him two pedigrees.
Because he wanted him registered under Golden Boy. Why? I don't know.
Well, he had him. What happened was when he went to the ADBA, to show the two pedigrees, right? And he kept saying that the reason he changed the pedigree because somebody wanted the Maloney dog. And that's why he gave them a Maloney dog.
There you go.
And that's where and this is what he explained to his letter to the ADBA. I was trying to find it. I was in a short time. I didn't get a chance to dig in there. But out there in the internet world, there's a letter there to the ADBA, him explaining the same story that he told S.T.P. He had both pedigrees, had a picture of them where he was at the time.
And like I said, I don't know the why and wherefore this and that, but I will say it was common for him to do that. It's not unique to Buck. It's not unique to Champion Blitz, who's really off of Ruben, you know, instead of Blue Boy Bob.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like a mystery, you know. and that happened a lot.
I mean,
I don't
damn,
know why.
Maurice Carver
You know,
did it.
I can't say because this reason or that reason, but it would be a simple answer to say somebody wanted a Maloney dog, so he just put the papers on as Maloney dog. You know.
Yep, that's what that's what he basically what he was trying to tell him. He's trying to get it changed.
And me, firsthand knowledge, knowing him in the back, I ain't talked to him in years. I don't know him like that anymore, but he would do that, and he didn't hide it. It wasn't like a secret, you know. He wouldn't say, and maybe he did with some people, but he wouldn't say, you know, keep it to yourself or don't tell nobody. Sometimes he did, but still, once you tell someone one thing, it's going to get out there. You know, somebody's going to say something. And some people didn't. They didn't care. They just take the, I want it. It's a Leo dog, it's a Patrick dog, or whatever. He produced a lot of great dogs. So, like Carver, I just want a Carver dog. You know, I don't care how it's bred. If that's what you say it is, that's what you say it is. So you have that too, that aspect of it too.
Yes, sir.
But, you know, as far as, you know, keeping secrets and all that, he really didn't keep secret. He told a lot of people the same shit or different shit or whatever. You know, he would tell you. You know.
Yep.
I had a female from him that's out of Reuben and Mabel, right?
Mm-hmm.
Same mama as Bobby Jr. Now I can't recall when Bobby Jr. was born and all that stuff, and when my female was born. But some people think that my female that I had was a litter mate to Bobby Jr. I haven't been able to get the timeline right. It was somewhere around 1983. So we would have to look at Bobby Jr.'s record, see when his first match was, and then we could match it up. Maybe he is a litter mate to my female, right?
Right.
And with my female, he told me she was off of Reuben and Mabel. And Bobby Jr. is off of Mabel, and now we know he's off of Reuben and Mabel, right? So they're either litter mates or half litter mates, whatever it was. But like I said, it wasn't uncommon for not just him, but a lot of breeders to do that, you know. But when you put your dogs out there, you know, a lot of people want the true breeding. And you know, if you're not given the true breeding in the first place, and then you say it's really this, it just questions which one is right. Just like with Buck, which one is right. So all we can do is like you're doing is, you know, come to some conclusion that seems plausible. This makes sense. And it just, to me, you know, makes sense that he's really off a TATER and not Golden Boy.
Yes, sir. Cool boy, I got in the chat, they said the first pedigree was Golden Boy. That's what I heard.
Okay. Like I said, I didn't remember. And
I'm
going to ask this question. Okay, if the first pedigree was Golden Boy, why is it S.T.P the ones that say, if I'm right again, that say it's off a little TATER?
Because S.T.P, Pat Patrick went to S.T.P and told him. He told him before he told the APBT.
Okay. All right.
That's what he did. He went to him and told him that this is how the dog is really bred.
Yeah. Right.
And the only reason
they weren't the first. They weren't the first owner. They were the third
right.
owner.
Yep. And he said that the reason why he lied is because the guy wanted a Maloney dog.
Right.
So that's what he gave him.
Okay.
But that's not how the dog is really bred. And he said this dog is the dog was off a little TATER. Right. So me personally, I'm taking the evidence that we got at hand because we do talk about genetics all the time, Professor. And we're looking at if we had anything to work from, we have more evidence in the genetics of the way these dogs produce match dogs.
Right.
It just throws little Golden Boy out the picture because he has no backup plan like little TATER had. Right. And we're talking about a time before all this production work was going on. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Buck wasn't no ROM. He was just picking up his grand championship and everybody was talking about him. You know what I'm saying? And then at the same time, while he's trying to come clean, you got a whole line of dogs off a little TATER over there in the Hollandworth dogs.
Right.
And it just so happened you throw some yellow on top of either one of them, you got Stone City and Mayday.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
And even Mayday has some Bolio going back, back far enough.
Yeah, I mean, he was double bred Bolio on the, double bred Tater on the bottom.
Right. Yeah, and that top side that you showed, that Hooks Rowdy.
Yes, sir.
That goes back. It's Bolio, Eli, and Corvino.
That's right. Yes, it does.
So the only difference is between the two pedigrees is the crosses they use. One of them has Maloney, and
the other one has Little Tater.
The other one the other one has Zebo and Holt's stuff, with Tombstone.
Yes, sir. Yep.
The other side got Malone, but there's a lot of commonalities between the two.
Very much. So, very close.
Just looking at the pedigree, you could make a case for it, being either one. But as far as production, then, it has to be.
Now we're not looking, right, we're not looking at the pedigree, we're looking at the dogs.
Right.
And when we go to looking at the dogs and matching them up, guess what we keep falling into? More Little Tater. Even when it comes down to looking at Little Tater himself, looking at 357, Macho Buck.
Right.
I mean, you know what I'm saying?
And the breeder is going to follow what works.
Exactly.
The breeder's going to follow which dogs are producing and which dogs are competing with. And by and large, it's the Little Tater side. It's not the
it's not the Keno side.
The Keno stuff. Yeah. Yeah. So maybe that was realized, and that's why, people went that way. Or they just follow the dogs, and that's how it played out. They're more Little Tater stuff because that's where the production comes from, and those dogs were producing a lot of different dogs in other people's hands, and a lot of people were using them. That's just common sense tells you that. That's what I would follow, whichever one works.
Yeah. Well, I can tell you, Jesse said S.T.P told him the same thing. Your paper's going to have Golden Boy on them, but Pat Patrick said the dog is off of Little Tater.
Right.
So, I mean, and I had Little Buck, and he came off the Yellow Buck, and on my papers, it definitely had Golden Boy on this paper. But,
okay.
You know what I mean?
Because that's the way the APBT has them registered, right?
Exactly. But then remember, we ran into the same problem when they had to change Lady in Red Lady to Polly, Dolly Little May's sister. Paperwork got shook around and shammied up on that, but then turns out to be both bitches produced, and just by luck, both bitches were litter mates.
Right.
Based on the paperwork, they weren't.
Right. There you go. There you go. That's how you deduce things, That's how you, hopefully you find some semblance of truth there.
Because one thing you can't change the traits in the dog. Play with the paper, but I'm going to follow the trait.
Right. Mm-hmm. You're better off that way. And then, you like I said before, make your papers match the dogs.
That's
Have
right.
your pedigrees straight. And, from that point forward,
that's right.
You know what it is.
I'm pretty sure Jesse and them didn't give a damn when they bred Awesome Baby to Buck. They didn't care.
Yeah.
They didn't care.
Right. Yeah.
But they got the
He's
truth.
a 7-time winner.
Yep. And they went back and did it again.
Mm-hmm.
Remember they bred, they took Jedi. Jedi was a dog off a Buck.
Mm-hmm.
Bred that to Awesome Baby and got that Nico Jr. That Nico stuff.
Right.
Then they came back to with Awesome Baby directly to Buck and got Yellow Buck in there.
Right.
So somebody was telling somebody to do this and do that. You know what I mean? And like Jesse said, he was told that Buck was off of Little Tater. Hands down, and S.T.P said that himself, that he got it from Pat Patrick. Pat Patrick came to him before he went to the APBT to get the papers changed.
Right. Yeah, they even wrote in, the readers' rights section. They wrote something to that effect. Same thing, you know. And he basically said that S.T.P did. I don't care what the papers say. This is what I was told. This is the truth. Little Tater. So that's why they kept it. And then there was stuff written after. No, it's not that. It's really a golden boy and this and that. But
genetic
STP
wise,
stuck to their gun.
right? Because the outcome, it really shows when you look at the production level of the dog. It just so happened that you breed yellow to anything with little Tater, you got killers.
Right.
You got two great kennels that came out of that deal. Stone City and Southern Kennels.
Right. And you could say, that Mayday to Buck stuff, that made a whole new line of dogs,
It was made, actually the whole new line was crossing Little Tater and the yellow.
Okay. So it goes back farther.
Because you got double bred Tater and Mayday's pedigree.
Right.
Mayday's bottom half is double bred Little Tater, bred to yellow.
There you go.
Stone City shit is Grand Champion Buck, bred to a daughter of the yellow. It's just, you know what I'm saying? The genetics are both the same and both have multi-winners in their litters. Now, if Golden Boy was thrown like that or had a line going like that, we see it.
Right. Yep. That simple. It's that simple.
And they would have litter mate champions. Yeah. I mean, they was running them, and then they had the production.
Yeah. You would have seen breedings more heavily on the Golden Boy side.
Yes, sir.
But you don't.
You don't.
So yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense.
Even you told us to follow the genetics, son. Don't pay attention to them papers. Follow the dog. Follow the dog, son. Okay?
Yeah.
That was rule number 22. My schoolboy professor.
You're right.
He talks about them traits and genetics all the time. You better understand them. Pay attention. I sure as hell did. I kept on looking at it just like that. I see Mayday up here looking like he got some buck and yellow, and then you got Don't see it. What if I put these two together? All I'm doing is doing a quick a line breeding. That's all I'm doing. Let's see what we get. We got two badass things running here. What if I connect them two genetic lines together? What will we get? And we got what everybody else got. When we did it, everybody else did it because of how they did it. It worked.
Mm-hmm.
And continues to work.
Right.
You know, for us,
and
it
you
did.
That. You and other people did that back in the day without any of my influence. It's just that, people come to that same conclusion.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to follow the traits. I'm going to follow what works. I'm going to follow the percentages. I'm going to follow the dogs that are able to throw them traits and produce. And so the example is there for anybody to do that. You guys were well over there. I'm well over here. We didn't know each other. We did the same shit.
Exactly. I was definitely paying attention because I saw Yellow Buck, Miss Nico, and all of them long before I saw Mayday. Then I turned around shortly after that and saw Mayday. I liked it, Mayday. How's he bred?
Right.
That's what I said. How's he bred? They gave me his pedigree and let me see that. It looked like some Yellow Buck shit. I'm like, shoot, I got a puppy. I had a puppy like that. Now I got Brat and Mayday. You know what I'm saying? Because I had Red Ace. When I met Mayday, I was determined to breed to him. That's how Red Ace got bred to Mayday before she went to Puerto Rico and lost to Tommy Boy.
Mm-hmm.
I was already up on Stone City. That's how I got over there in Puerto Rico, because I was hanging out with them and I liked that Grand Champion Buck stuff. I was hip to the Grand Champion Buck stuff because this man had a bunch of damn dogs and he was winning with them.
There you go.
Didn't know nothing about Mayday until I saw Mayday. When I saw Mayday, and then I'm standing there looking at Mayday, Choice, and Dolly, up there in Connecticut. They wasn't in Miami. They was up in Connecticut when I saw them for the first time. And I saw Mayday go. Then I saw that when them dogs that I saw that day, I looked at them totally different. This is some badass shit right here. I mean, I'm looking at his little mate sister Choice. I'm looking at the mama sitting right here. She ROM at the time. Because she had Mayday, Choice, and Dragon Lady. So when I seen this, she got 2, 3 champions on already. So I'm looking at an ROM, a champion, and a damn champion that made 4-time winner whooping a bad motherfucker. You see what I'm saying? So I was stuck to Mayday. I'm breeding him. And the reason why I liked him so well is because he was just the opposite side of Stone City and what they had. Stone City got yellow on the bottom and Mayday got yellow on the top. They both got little tater. Mayday double red little tater on the bottom. Shoot. Yellow buck up close tater because he's directly on the buck.
Yep. That's how you come to conclusions. And that's how you decide which way you're gonna go. Anybody can do it. A lot of people don't.
They're reading the papers and not paying. But in my case, I knew the dogs.
Right. And you know, the pedigree is important in that respect, the way you're explaining it, right?
Right.
But the dogs have to have their performance.
That's
well,
right.
Like you said, you've seen several of them.
Right. I mean, Yellow Butt had Miss Piggy. Yep.
That just confirms why you would want to breed to that stuff, or why you're going to go in that direction.
Yes, sir.
Which is different from just looking at a pedigree and breeding because of that. If there's no performance behind that pedigree, the pedigree's worthless. But if there's performance in front of that pedigree becomes important, very important, because you know which way to breed, and that's all you were doing. You've seen them dogs, you liked them, you're gonna breed to it. You look at the pedigree and go, wow, there's a lot of commonalities here. That's gonna work, and it should, because it comes from producing individuals, and it comes from winners and champions and grand champions. That's how you breed. And that's why I say anybody can do it, but a lot of people won't, or didn't, or don't know how. But seeing the dogs in front of you, that's what makes you make your decision. If you saw a dog, even from that bloodline, and you didn't like him, you probably weren't going to breed to him, even though he had a similar pedigree to something else that you did like.
True.
That's the selective process. That's the culling process. That's how a lot of people did it, some didn't. But that's how it should be done, regardless of what breed it is or what you're using it for or whatever. And like I've mentioned before, even in today's times, you can do that with whatever you use your dogs for. Hog hunting, weight pulling, all that stuff. It's the same shit. The breeding standards do not change. Just like the concepts of conditioning do not change. The methods can change. You can use different feed, you can use different apparatus, you can do all that. But how to condition the dog, that don't change. And it's the same with breeding.
And you can still condition trash. And you can still put the best conditioning on some trash and still lose.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what I'm saying, big bro? They put too much emphasis on the roids. They put too much emphasis on the breed. They don't put enough emphasis on the dog. They give their egos is caught up so much into the dog that they go everywhere else but the dog, and then be looking crazy when the dog turned out to be truly a piece of shit. And how do you find that out? Because you was crazy enough to match his ass. You believed him enough to match him.
Yeah, and you shouldn't have.
And you shouldn't have.
And yeah. And that's why people go, well, I got the same blood. If they're honest, they would say, well, how come I'm not getting the same results? It's not the pedigree. It's not the bloodlines. It's the dogs you're using.
Mm-hmm.
You shouldn't be using those particular dogs because they're not worthy.
They might be brand alike, but they sure ain't alike, friend.
Right. Right, exactly. They could be litter mates. One produce, one don't. You go with the one that does, not the one that don't just because he has the same pedigree.
Right. I want to give a big.
So you know.
I want to give a big. Excuse me, schoolboy. I want to give a big shout out to my man Green Team coming through with a 5-piece. He says, "Grand Champion Buck, greatest producer of producers." Appreciate the love, Green Team.
Yeah, I had to say that he was definitely a producer of producers. But hey, yeah. I'm gonna put it like this. I'm gonna say Yellow John was the greatest producer of producers. Okay, well, I'm gonna start off with Red Boy. I had to give Red Boy his props though too, though.
Yeah, right, and that's the progression of generations of bulldogs or whatever it is you're using.
Sir,
to say this dog or that dog is the greatest producer of all time, that's an opinion. And it's an educated opinion if you're talking about particular dogs.
Yes, sir.
And as you're breeding, you move forward in your breeding, you have a dog that's a good producer. At some point, you're going to have to replace that dog with his son, his daughter, right?
Yes, sir.
And then that dog, if he's a great producer, that one becomes the dog you're talking about.
That's right. And we always talk about that.
Right.
The pressure is on that dog.
You could start with Red Boy, then you go to Yellow John, then you go after him. Who's after Yellow John? Who's
Yellow?
Yellow John.
Yellow. Then you go to Mayday. Then you go to Luke Kane. Then you go to Luke Kane. Then you go keep on going down to Miss Luca. You know, there's a whole grand champion back to back right there.
Right there.
That's production. That's what you call production.
And people disagree with me, but throughout the history of the breed, that's how great dogs and producers were formed, through competition.
Period.
Not through pedigree.
Through competition.
The pedigree backed up the competition, but it doesn't come first. It comes after you find out the dog's a good one, and then you breed it and see if he can produce. If he can produce, now that pedigree is important.
Yes, very important.
That's the road you follow. So if someone wants to say Grand Champion Buck is the greatest producer ever, there's evidence to back that up. If you want to use Yellow John, you want to say Pants Yellow, you want to say Red Boy, you want to say Jeep and Blackjack and all the, whatever. That's how it's done.
I mean, look at Awesome Baby.
You got to move forward. Where is it at from there? And then it gets to the present day, whatever dog. I don't know what dogs are out there. But if they follow those dogs that you mentioned in all them pedigrees right now, they should have something good. They should have producers.
And they do.
If they don't pay attention to the dog itself first, then all that production behind it could just be out the window. It don't even matter. You fucked up. You ruined it. Now it's not there no more because you didn't use the right individuals.
Hey, Hemi James, for that question you asked about who did Little Tater produce, he produced a great dog like Buck. Ain't that enough? I mean, that's what we're sitting here talking about. And then you want to push it even further than that. Remember, Little Tater's in Mayday and Buck's papers. So if you want to really find out what he produced, this is what we're talking about.
He produced dogs
out there.
He threw dogs that can produce and win.
That's what he threw.
That's what he threw. Look at this is this Buck right here. That's this Grand Champion Buck. That's Little Tater. He produced Buck. Look what Buck produced. Same with Mayday. He double bred Little Tater. Double bred Little Tater. He just doesn't produce on the top side with the yellow. He produced the top and the bottom. Dolly and Polly. And Buck. They all off of Little Tater.
All of ROMs. Come on.
They produce winners. That's what Little Tater did.
Yeah. And don't take this the wrong way or get it twisted or anything, right? You're gonna follow the dogs that work.
Yes,
the dogs
sir.
that produce.
Period.
Right.
Yes, sir.
So there's Buck has a litter mate. produce good dogs, right? But if he's the focus, you're going to see a lot more of Buck than you might even see of little Tater.
Yep.
Right? And as you move through, that's what you're going to do. For example, I didn't have a lot of dogs, right? But Big Red was my main stud dog. After him, I'm going to focus on who? On his son, Champion Bill. Well, Champion Bill died, right? He produced good dogs. He was on the road to being a top producer like Big Red was for me, anyways. He died, so what do? I go to Mr. Rowdy. He's another son, and he produced good dogs. After that, I had to get out of the dogs, so my protege just took all that good stuff, this heavy Big Red and heavy Sissy and all the Jeep and Honey Bunch and all that, and he ran with it. And then through his breedings, there's particular studs that he has and particular bitches he has that he's going to key on because they prove to be the best competitors and they prove to be the best producers.
Mm-hmm.
That's how you do it. Now, there's other dogs in there that are related. Same with mine. There's other dogs in there that are related, but which one are you going to key on? Which bitch are you going to make your foundation? Which male are you going to use predominantly as your stud dog? You have to do that.
Yep.
And then you find out which one it is. But you also have to plan for the future. When this dog ain't here no more or something happens to him, who am I going to next? You got to have a replacement in line. And the only way to have, in my opinion, to have that replacement is while your main stud is alive, you got to breed his offspring and see which one is going to replace him.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I did it. That's why I didn't wait till the fucking dogs were old and shit to breed them. I'm going to do it when they're younger, and I'm going to find out early which one is the replacement. And sometimes it's more than one in case you lose that replacement. Just like I did. I lost Bill. Well, I got another son of Big Red. I'm going to follow. Since he died, I got daughters of her that replaced her. And it just goes forward like that. But you got to have that foresight. If this happens, what am I going to do? How am I going to make my breedings? You got to know that ahead of time. If the dogs work out, you're set. You already know how you're going to breed them because you have it written down or you have it in your mind already how you're going to do it. If the dogs don't work out, you just take them out of the program. That one didn't work. Fuck it, he's gone. Forget about him.
That's right. You don't give but one chance with me. Oh, no.
Me too.
No.
Me too, because I didn't have a lot of dogs. So I was very selective. They had to be the best of the best. Performance first. And since they all related, it don't really matter which one it is. It's just a matter of finding out
which one's going to do it. Yep. Find out which one going to do it. One of them gonna have that genetic makeup to make it work. And when you're dealing with breeders, like Stone City, hardcore, these guys were breeding for match dogs. They wasn't breeding to have pretty pedigrees to sell puppies.
Right.
Those are those hunters that are become breeders. And they produce the best dogs because they're the dogs that they're using.
Right.
See, Victor could have took all them dogs off of Mayday and kept them right there on Stone City's yard and been just as great as everybody else. If he had kept all those dogs that he produced off of Mayday. Imagine if he had just kept them himself.
Yeah. Yeah. Especially on a larger scale.
On
a smaller scale.
Right.
But the results are the same. The methods, technique, all that, it's all the same. I just had less dogs, that's all.
That's all, because after Mayday, he turned into a peddler. Basically, because he didn't have like one of them damn dogs. To me, back then, at the time, when all those Mayday dogs was out there winning, they sure wasn't winning in Victor's hands. They was winning everywhere else. So we know Victor wasn't breeding. He wasn't breeding for match dogs anymore. He had returned into a puppy peddler. And have been one ever since Mayday. You understand what I'm saying?
Yep.
Because that's what it shows us. That's what it proves to us. Yes, Mayday had a lot of champions, but guess what? Victor wasn't sitting on his shit like Stone City and Hardcore was they shit. Maybe they had a whole bunch of winners, but they sure wasn't sitting on Southern Kennels' yard. He had a couple producers, but they wasn't sitting on Southern Kennels' yard. Jesse was using his stuff. Hardcore was using their stuff. Ratliff and them was using their stuff. You know what I'm saying? Everybody who was using their stuff was matching dogs are the guys that we're talking about right now. We're not talking about that one damn puppy peddler in this conversation.
That's how they were able to keep it going.
Exactly.
And that's how, you know, I'll repeat myself, that's how you do it. That's how anybody can do it. So the question is, why don't they? Or why didn't they? Because it ain't just now. I'm not talking about now. I'm always talking about the past. Even if I sound like I'm talking about the present, it's not, because I don't know shit about the present.
Right.
But why did those people in the past not follow those same standards? Well, one reason, like you said, some of them are just puppy peddlers.
Yeah.
It's economic. You know, they want to sell a lot of dogs.
That's true.
And when you want to sell a lot of dogs and you have to sell them, and you need the money to keep going where you're going, if someone comes up to you and say, I want a particular breeding, if you don't have it, the truth of it, you're going to have it, even if you got to fake the pet. That's one of the reasons that got done.
That's right.
I want this particular dog. I want a dog off of this dog. You don't have any. I'll make one. Here it is. Here's the pedigree. That's his daddy.
No, I was just, you know, the schoolboy, I was just saying that earlier about how business works. You get all the right business, then you start doing shoddy business because you don't have enough to keep up with the demand. Now you starting to do the bullshit, and sooner or later, the bullshit gonna catch up with you.
It's gonna catch up with you. If you don't have sound breeding practices, you're gonna go out of business.
That's true.
And that's what happens. You're gonna cheap here and cheap there, and use, you know, material that's not up to standard and not follow code or whatever, and it's all going to catch up to you, and then you might be in the poorhouse after that.
Yes, sir. Guaranteed.
So,
or you go out there and try.
You can't always look at it like, I gotta make money, because I've said this before too. If you have a line of dogs, a family of dogs that are successful, if you got good percentages out of it, that can produce, word gets around and people come knocking on your door. You don't even have to advertise.
Nope.
They've seen your dog. They want some of your dog. They're going to come to you and get it. And that's what having high business ethics will get you. You don't have to do anything shady. You do everything right, and then you got so much fucking business, you got to hire more people to help you because it's just coming through the door, man. You can't keep up with it. It's the same with dogs. You can do that. Have a good dog. It's going to be up to you whether you sell them or not. But if you do, and you have good ethics and integrity and have good dogs that are consistent, you don't have to advertise shit. They'll hear about it just word of mouth.
That's true. That is true. Yep. Combination. That, to me, I can go into Red Boy and start over there. Matter of fact, you can do this with Buck. You can go over there and do it to Ratliff Yard. You can go over there and do the same shit to Undertaker. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And you're going to see the same old Buck results.
Yeah. Right. And just common sense. Look, he's a great producer. He was a great match dog. He's a great producer. So it's not just one person that ran with it. It's a lot of them. So now it's up to you which guy you're going to go to. Because there's more than a few that have it, that are successful with it.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's just a choice of which one you want. But if he didn't have the, the performance to back his pedigree, then people wouldn't have had him. Them guys are competitors, like you said. They're not going to keep that shit if it ain't working for them.
That's right.
Even if they sell dogs, even if they call a peddler, if they're competing with them and they ain't working, they ain't going to keep.
No.
They ain't gonna use them.
You're gonna back up off that. You're gonna back up off that side of the line, and you ain't gonna try to put that with nothing else.
Go something else. Yeah.
Getting rid of all that.
You know, most competitors, they want to win. You want to win. But they ain't stupid enough to just give their fucking money away because they're loyal to a dog or loyal to a bloodline or whatever. That's first and foremost. I'm not going to keep losing with this shit.
Man, right.
I'm either going to have to change up, or I'm going to have to be more selective with my dogs and only bring out the best representatives of my family.
You know what, Scuba? I like it when you get hyped like that. I ain't gonna keep breeding that shit.
I get animated, emotional sometimes.
Hey.
I try to keep it, low key because, I really want to explain to people, at least my opinion and my experience and all that, right? But I do get animated sometimes because, it's like a slap in the face, in a good way. Like when you find something that works and you find something that's good, it's like taking a breath of fresh air, man. I got this shit now. I got it down. I know what the fuck I'm doing.
Now what I'm gonna do with the rest of this book? Look.
How come other people don't do it? How come other people didn't do that? How come they didn't come to that realization? Because I know more than 1 or 2 kennels that got 10, 11 losses in a row. How the fuck does that happen?
Because they don't have the heart to go back in that backyard and look over that yard and say, I just used my best dog and got my ass kicked. Now,
They're loyal to the pedigree.
That's
loyal
right.
To the blood, even if they ain't worth the shit, even if they can't win.
They go home
and they still do it.
And look at the rest. That's right. They go home and look at the rest of that shit and be like, me, I go home and look at some shit that I can't win with, and I done lost damn near 2 or 3 in a row. I'm looking at the yard like I didn't use my best dogs. What's the rest of this shit out here? It's gone.
That's the time to go through them.
That's the time to go through I'm talking about going. I'm talking about you should have your food bill should be down.
Yeah, exactly. Make room for some more.
Make room.
Call them. Be selective. And keep only the best.
That's how we went from 80 to 40 in a weekend.
Sure did.
Yeah. Yeah, even Rosterman talked about that when he started with his Zebo dogs,
Mm-hmm.
He said he had 40 dogs. He went through all of them. By the time he was done, he had 6 dogs left. I did the same thing. I didn't have 40. I maybe had 15 or 20. And when I was done, I had 3 or 4 dogs left. That's it. But that's what you have to do. That's your foundation. That's where you start. And from that point forward, you call hard and you breed selectively, or you compete selectively. And then you'll see your percentages go up. Then you won't have them 10 fucking losses in a row. You're still going to lose every now and again, but your wins are going to be way higher than your losses. I mean, who wouldn't want that? What kind of person is stubborn enough or ignorant enough or whatever to just keep losing and losing and losing because you're loyal to your dogs and you're loyal to your blood? It ain't working, man.
It ain't working.
And it may just take adding some fresh blood to it or whatever.
No, it's good, boy. This is what they do. They get out of the match game and just go home and play with the papers and salvage what they got.
That's another aspect of it. Yeah, they do.
That's what they do. And you know what I'm saying? And I'm going to be honest with you. Thank God for Macho Buck, because to be honest, he's the only surviving factor out there of any Stone City shit. They got some decent ones out there, but he carries. You see him in a lot of good dogs today. He back there. He back there.
Right.
He is back there. They don't like to hear that shit, but hey, we can't blame it on the dog. We can talk about their owners, but the damn dog, hey, the dog has proved his point. Even though all that other shit that Macho Buck supposed to did over there in Mexico, ain't not one of them champions and all holy great dogs that Macho Buck was supposed to produce, wasn't none of them champions in the United States. Now,
right.
So that tells me there's a message coming across, because ain't none of us gonna see verified shit over here in this country. You know what I'm saying? So that you gotta look at not the dog, but the people. And, you know, I think he takes a bad rap. Even when I get on him, you know what I'm saying? I'm not getting on him. I'm getting on the people. Can't take nothing away from the dog because the dog had it in him to produce. And he did produce some decent dogs out here today that you can look in that pedigree and say Macho Buck right there.
Right.
You know, there's a lot of controversy in his shit. It seems to be a lot of controversy in the Macho Buck dogs. Macho Bear, all the macho shits. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, but shit. That's it. But you ain't gonna, guess what though? They ain't doing what this shit was doing. They wasn't doing what this old shit was doing.
Look how many hands was doing it.
Right.
It wasn't just us.
You got us, Gaston, you got Stone City. Everybody who had a Mayday dog that was producing, you know what I'm saying? I mean, you had a lot of that shit. You had a lot of them that started crossing Mayday with Stone City. Shit, Limited Edition started doing it. He was winning. Everybody winning. But guess what? It gets bred out when you take the players out off the chessboard. When you start taking off hardcore, he ain't throwing no more dogs. He ain't doing shit. Stone City ain't doing shit. Victor ain't doing shit. Now it's a paper game.
Yeah, that was my next question. What happened? You answered it. You answered it. You know, that's what happened. Stop using them for what their original intent was, and you're gonna lose it.
Yep.
You're gone. It's gone.
It's all watered down now, like soaky grass. It's grass there, but it's just soaked in water. You can't even get it to be green. Every time you step in, it's a squish. Squish.
And
that's that shit.
It's not just the wind. You know, it's not just the winds and competing with them, all that. You're going to lose that. But you're also going to lose structure and durability and gameness and mouth and air and all that stuff. All that goes away. That's why the quality of the individual goes down.
You know, I see people even right now still telling me like, this is a big shout out to my man, Ron Curry. He says, Yellow John, Yellow, Mayday Macho Buck is just a continuation of Red Boy Jocko and the Jocko started. When we just went over these papers and went and found Buck on top and bottom
of both
of those, I mean,
Kennels, that had nothing to do with Jocko. Jocko was the least of a factor. I don't know why y'all keep saying that. You don't see no line out here with Jocko. I mean, you don't see a line bred like none of that yellow shit. You don't see no Jocko dogs inbred Jocko out here and nobody pedigree.
Right. That's why I made that statement. A new family of dogs was created.
Yes.
It's different.
He was a factor in there, yes. That's not taken away. But he was a factor that can't stand on his own. He could not stand on his own. Yellow could stand on his own. Yellow John was a factor when he was bred into that Jocko stuff that created Yellow.
Right.
But the factor in itself is still Red Boy. Still Red Boy because of Yellow John. He's a common factor in all that great shit. We go over there and talk about Tad. What we gonna find? Common factor. Red Boy. I mean, we got good dogs coming out here off of these dogs right now. We can go back and we can still trace them back. That's connected either to a Tab, a Frisco, you know what I'm saying? A Jeep. You know, I mean, they're still connected, but they come far and few. Now they're starting to learn how to just start stacking shit on shit. Now you got Jeep and Boyle's dogs. Shit, you know what I'm saying? You got a United Nations full of dogs out there. Competition is you know, if I was doing the stock exchange and it was great in the stock market right now, you motherfuckers would be in a depression. Talk that shit y'all want. Call me old. Well, my old ass gonna tell you, boy, y'all know y'all suffering. Because there's no other way to say it but to prove it because it's a fact. And it is a fact. You know, we ain't taking nothing away from the now, but I understand that based on the stock market, you can see when the stock market started falling, when you start taking out them major contributors. You don't have no more banjo shit out here. You got banjo mixed with some red boy banjo mixed with something else.
Right.
It's not carrying the weight like it was when Banjo and them was picking up all in. Banjo and his sister. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
BB, I mean, these little pockets are gone.
Yep. Whereas, you know, if you continue with the same family of dogs, even if you throw some crosses in there, your foundation is the same. You can keep it going indefinitely. You know,
Do it the right way.
I'll brag a little bit on mine. There's 38 years of my breeding in Mexico. It ain't here, right? And it's still going. And the foundation has been kept. That's what it is.
Well,
it's never been changed. That's what it's relied on. All that. If it keeps going, I don't know how long it's going to go. 48 years, 50, I don't know.
It's gonna pick up some speed. It's gonna pick up some steam because that's what's going on. The imports are coming back. They're coming back, and they're coming back better than they was when they left.
Yeah.
We talked that shit.
What's the main factor in that? Why are they coming back better than when they left?
Because they were over there still working their line.
Still working the dogs. Still competing with the
That's
dogs
right.
in other countries where it's legal.
That's right.
So if that's not enough to tell you how it was done and how it can be done, then you just don't want to listen.
That's all.
That's all that is.
And you're gonna keep on walking out in your backyard looking at that shit and going out there look with that sad face, you know, start raking up dog shit.
Yeah, exactly. It's like Mike was saying earlier, he don't know the names of the people. But the dogs themselves, the competition and that is still at a high level.
Yes.
And they're dogs from foreign countries and all that. So the names don't matter. It's what you do with them.
That's right.
You know, and that's what those people did in Mexico and Eastern Europe and all that. You know, where it is legal. And they continued to compete with the dog, and they're still doing it today.
And the smart thing about what they doing over there that really surprises me, what I'm catching coming back in, is they breed they match dogs.
Right.
They don't hesitate to breed they match dogs. You will see a lot more match dogs in a Mexican pedigree than you will see in American pedigree. We got these damn champions over here, maybe one in the damn litter, and you see 2 and 3 generations of nothing. They got lucky.
Exactly.
What the hell you looking to produce with this shit?
Right.
You just got lucky.
They understand that, right? They understand that's how it has to be done.
Yes.
Now, if they did their research, and some of them probably did, they would look back and see, well, that's how it was done previous to me getting these dogs. So I'm just going to do the same fucking thing. I'm going to use dogs that I competed with, see which ones produce.
That's right.
With those.
That's right.
Whether they did it just you know, that's the way they think about it anyways, or whether they did their research and said that's the way it was done in the U.S., I'm going to do it. They continue to do it.
Mm-hmm. That they did.
Yep.
Well, let's see if we got any questions on the chat room. I mean, hey, Schoolboy, you just comes in and just takes the class, man, and just makes it so much easier for me. Because there's nobody going to be snapping and hollering at your ass. You know what I mean? I get a chance to sit back and just...
I just appreciate you letting me come on. And I honestly, I love doing this, you know. I try to come with facts and history and experience, you know. Even you know, back in the day, you know, when I did my thing, I went to other places and seen how they were doing dogs. I went all over the U.S. I went to Mexico. I went to Europe. So I could have a comparison. So I could at least have an honest opinion, educated opinion, on their dogs compared to our dogs here, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And back then, when competition was still high here, you know, when I go to these other places, I seen some good dogs, I seen some crap, I seen average, and every once in a while I'd see great freaking dogs, you know, once every 10-year dogs like that. Same as here, same as over there.
Mm-hmm.
That part don't change, you know. So I would think, since I left the game, those people in those countries, they just continued to improve their breed, their dogs, and got better and better at it. And, you know, learn how to condition better, learn better nutrition, and learn how to breed and have a solid family of dogs for generations backed by competition. That's why their dogs improve. That's the evolution of any particular breeder, you know. Maybe the breed on the whole has not gotten better, number-wise or percentage-wise, but individual breeders, competitors, all that, yeah, they got better. And I've said this before, if you're a mentor to somebody, they take your blood and do it and use it. If they don't get better than you failed your job. You didn't teach them right.
That's right. Something happened.
Yeah, something happened.
They got out of your yard. They got out of your yard and turned into straight shit.
Yeah.
Make me wonder what you was doing. I mean, and you want to check a yard, that's all I say. If you want to know a good kennel, like I say again, so many people can sit there and say that they have a Stone City dog that they could win with. We have people that have Mayday dogs from Southern Kennels that they could win with. We have people out here with Ratliff dogs that we could win with. You know, you see what I'm saying? I'm going down the line of great kennels who did, you know, preserve shit for other people to win with.
I want to give a quick answer from my man, Courtney Edwards. Courtney, little Tater was a little older by the time, you know, in our time, simply because Buck was just beating Sandman. We was in the game at that when that did happen. But remember, that was Buck, I think, fifth.
No, he was both of them was grand champions.
So that would have been his.
With Buck, when he beat Sandman, that was his 7th win.
Right.
Yeah.
So that was, you know, and I don't even know nothing about Little Tater, and really didn't know too much about Buck until that classical matchup, and then, you know, that like shocked the whole game at that point in time.
And the reason Buck is so famous, it has to do with his record. But the reason he's so famous because he could produce.
That's the thing. That's what he got famous on.
That's what makes dogs the most famous. Whether it's Zeba, whether it's Jeep, whether it's Art, whether it's Mayday, whether it's Buck, whatever. They produce good dogs. Otherwise, they're just relegated to the competition side, and they may have thrown a dog here and there, not really that good. People forget about it.
That's right.
Other than, you know, they had a great career or whatever, right?
That's all.
But when they produce, now that's a great fucking dog.
Yes, sir.
Now that's what the guy say, that's the best producing dog in the history of the breed. That's how he feels about Buck. Why? Because he produced a lot of good dogs. So without that, it ends at some point, you know, rather than it ending because the dog died. That's natural. That's expected. But if the dog can produce, you're gonna remember him forever. We're talking about fucking dog Daibo. That was 1956. That's how long it's been. But he's still relevant in conversations because he was a great producer and he was the foundation for a lot of different kennels, just like Buck was for all them kennels you named.
Mm-hmm. True. Okay.
But all them, you know, them great dogs we talk about, for the most part, 3 to 1, like I said before, were used in competition.
Yes, sir. And
whether they 1-time winner, 2-time winner, champion, grand champion, whatever it is.
And
that's why, you know, we remember them.
And we still carry the majority of most champions and great producers. We still can look at their pedigree and still see what we seen back then. Greatness. There's a formula. There's a breeding formula to damn near a lot of
And
good dogs.
right. And if you follow the traits, if you retain the traits in the dogs and use the ones that exhibit those traits and they're able to pass it on, you're still going to have representatives of those dogs from years ago in current dogs. Not just the look, but the performance of them.
The performance. And they're still around.
They're still around. They got to be.
Yes, it's Pavlov, the act of nature. As long as you're doing it, you're using it, it's supposed to happen. And guess what? It will seem familiar when you see it. You might have to go back a couple generations because a lot of these pedigrees now don't have champions and grand champions on top of each other. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And they don't.
Right.
Unless you bring in one of them imports, then they tattoo up a pedigree when they come over here because, you know, they putting them down. And you see some pretty pedigrees coming back. You can't understand how they naming them, but you keep going back far enough, you'll see that there was a formula they was using to get to this point. Yeah, most of the time they was line breeding and then breeding that shit. You go back there, you'll see that line is real tight. All the way up. It was tight. You just have to go back and look a little bit further. But that's what they were doing. They learned it by using it because a lot of their dogs are being campaigned. I mean, I see a lot of dogs over in Mexico. Don't be surprised.
Okay, bro, you back.
You back, big bro. You know, you don't be surprised, you know, when you look and you see that, hey, wow.
You back, bro.
There was some real good dogs back there. You know what I'm saying? Because that's where they worked from. They worked from the back to the front. We don't know what's working into the front unless it's winning. That's the only time you want to go searching what's going on. If you can't understand what put it there, then start working your way back and try to figure it out.
Okay, bro, you there? Yeah, you there.
Yeah, sorry, I got cut off. Bro.
That's all good.
Yeah.
Well,
I didn't catch that last part, Mo. What was you saying?
I was telling them in the foreign and the Mexican dogs, we might not know these dogs. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But if you go back, you will see where they left the United States because you're gonna find back there, you're gonna see our dogs. But if you watch, if you start back there, once you get back there where you recognize something, you start working your way up, it will lead you to reason why that dog is a badass dog.
Yep.
The question is,
a lot of the famous dogs from here, the Mexicans got they got litter mates to them, they got offspring off them, you know, and what's interesting, at least when I don't know how it is now, but when I used to go down there, those dogs they were competing with, whether they were Bully Son dogs, Eli dogs, Booker dogs, Stu Fowler dogs, they still look like them fucking dogs from 50 years ago. Had the same look, same structure, same fighting style. I seen two dogs, you know, deep in Mexico, Morelia or something, right?
mm-hmm.
And I'm with my friend there, you know, and I asked him how them dogs are bred. He goes, "How do you think they're bred?" I said, "They look like fucking Midnight Cowboy and Stomper and all that stuff." He goes, "Well, that's what they are, Richard." And this was years after them dogs were around, and they had that style. They were hard biting, hard charging, killing motherfuckers. And one won in 17 minutes, the other one in 20 minutes. I see the morphine dogs. Look just like Booger. Same shit. So they had a way through their culling and selectivity and breeding and competition of retaining those dogs' traits from the past. They didn't lose them.
No, they didn't. And they produce a lot of great dogs too. That's for sure.
Country, man. I've been all over that country, man. You know, generally wherever I went, some of them, you know, a lot of them were average, but you always had some standouts in a convention, you know, and sometimes more than one or two or three. It's some tough son of a bitch. But you could look at them and say and tell how they're bred just by their structure, just by the way they look, and then when you see them go, you say, oh shit, that's a booger dog. That's a Stu Fowler dog.
Mm-hmm.
It's a Holy Sun dog. You know, those two dogs, they look like Midnight Cowboy, except one was brindle and the other was red. But, I mean, they were spitting image of them dogs. Man.
Anybody got any questions, Mike? Right.
So one of my points to all that, if somebody kept up the standards and the traits like that of Buck, there should be some dogs today that look like Buck and perform like Buck. Or Mayday, or Macho Buck, or whatever.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm. They say they still got something hanging around in here. They out there.
Yeah, they out there. You gotta be. You know, even me, I don't know shit, but they gotta be.
Yeah.
They got. We don't lose it all. Somebody has it. Somebody's doing something with it. Somebody's keeping it going. Because that's why they got it in the first place. They liked it. They seen it perform. They went and got some. They used them in competition, and they just kept moving forward with that. It's like when people say, you know, where do you think the breed? There's not going to be no more dog fighting. Maybe in the United States there's not in years to come, but you're always going to have game dogs. You're always going to have fighting dogs. There's always going to be somebody competing, but they ain't going to go nowhere.
I believe that too. Pakistan. I seen one from Pakistan.
Yeah, I got people messaging me from all over the world, man.
Yeah. Yes.
You know, and they you know, they still do their thing with them, you know.
Because they believe in the breed. Mm-hmm. You know, you just got, you know.
And they want to compete, you know.
Yeah.
They want to know, you know, how can they get better at it, or, you know, what are the traits of this blood or that blood and all that. Same shit we used to talk about back in the day. They're doing the same thing. They get an interest in it. They want to compete with it. And they just go forward with it. And then they get better at it. They're, you know, they really have that desire. And they really love the dog.
Yeah, you just gotta have the right dog. That's all. You can't get nowhere. You don't even talk about your condition if you ain't got the right dog. Exactly. Your decisions is based on what your yard becomes. Nobody else can make them decisions for you.
That's right.
And if you become kennel blind, you will learn a very hard lesson.
Hey, before we get out of here, I want to make something good and clear to everybody. I'm watching the chat and I hear this comment all the time about somebody, a dog offers something and they say, well, it didn't produce. Well, I'm going to always look at it like this. You can have the right dog, but the dog is in the wrong hands. Because there's a lot of dogs that are able to produce, but you're not going to be able to get what you want unless you know how you're going to make that breeding. This is why we go over our breeding and we keep talking about the formula. The formula is something that you don't have to try to make up. The formula is something that you see in somebody done, and it worked for them based off of what you got on your yard, and you go do the same exact thing that did what they did.
But they gotta have the dog. Just because they got it, they gotta have the dog. The whole thing is based on competition.
Somebody just used hunch. And I'm just saying, okay, you put hunch in the right person's hand, and hunch had a formula to it. Now imagine if they had
Hunt might not have been a producer.
Bro, still gotta still look at what he was bred to.
Right.
You don't know what he was bred to. So you can't go throwing
we got 3 or 4 pages of Hunts being bred like Meta, and he didn't throw shit. Hunts might have been a grand champion, but he just wasn't a producer.
Right.
Okay, here's the thing. There's some dogs, regardless of where they come from, how they could have a history of competition and producers behind them, right? And he could be a great performer, champion, whatever you want to call it, right? Sometimes a dog like that don't produce. It happens. On the flip side, if you do have that history of production and competition, most of your dogs are going to produce something. The ones that you pick, they are, because that's how it's done. That's what the history of the breed has shown.
Right, but you gotta have a mindset for that.
That one that don't produce, that's just an anomaly. That happens. They just don't click. He can't throw. He can't pass on the good traits that he has behind them. Whether that's nature or an act of God, whatever you want to call it, it happens. But that takes nothing away from what we're talking about. That you have to base your dogs on competition, on performance, and production. You're going to have a good dog.
And I only say that because, you know, I don't get into the paper thing like you and Mo, but one thing I definitely got into the papers on is because I understood construction. And see, my brother always pushed that formula shit. And I done seen my brother pull up many pedigrees, and he keeps telling you, look at the formula. Y'all see the formula there. Do you see the formula there? I even see him even try to explain the formula. And most of the time when he's doing that, he can go to other pedigrees of that same dog and show you if they stuck to the formula and it produced. Schoolboy, you have done it. You got a formula. You say you stick to the formula. It is guaranteed if you stick to the formula, it's going to work for you. You got dogs from over 30 plus years that still can perform. And that's stuck on a formula. Ain't nobody fucking with the formula. So I'm just trying to get people to understand it does work if you stick to the formula.
Yeah. And just like you mentioned earlier, Mike, the breeding pattern, it was already done before. It's already been done. All you have to do is see how they did it, see how somebody did it, and do the same fucking thing. And as long as you have the right dog, it's going to work for you. You're going to have one here or there that don't throw, or you're going to have better litters compared to litters that ain't that good. You follow the better litters, follow the better producers like that, and it's going to work. But we're not inventing anything. We're not mixing anything that hasn't been done before, or any breeding program, however you do it, inbred, line bred, outcross, 75, 25, all that stuff. Two-way cross, three-way cross, whatever it is. It's already been done. You just got to look. That's where that pedigree comes in. You find a successful dog that has performance and it's able to produce. That's when you look at the pedigree and see how was it put together. What did they do here? And you just repeat it, and you'll have success. As long as the individual you're using are backed by performance and production. Right?
It's true. Yeah, it's true. And I believe it's supposed to work just like that too. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, you know, and like I always say, I keep bringing it up over and over again. It's not just in pit dogs. It's in everything. It's in racehorses. It's in game fowl. It's in hunting dogs. It's in racing greyhounds, racing pigeons. It's the same shit German Shepherds use for protection or fight work or attack training. The breeding methods and techniques, they're all the same. It's not nothing new, not nothing different. They don't do it different than we do. How do I know that? Because I studied them guys. And when I studied them and I saw how they did things, and then I tried it and it worked for me, and I only followed the ones that were at the top of their game. I wanted to be at the top of my game, just like Earl Tudor or whoever you want to pick in the dog game. They do the same shit. So that's all I did. I just followed the recipe, followed the pattern. That's why I say anybody can do it. If you can't do it, you're doing something wrong. You got to fix that.
And that right there is how I plan on ending the night, because again, we are trying to discuss the quality of the dogs. And I don't care how you look at this situation. If y'all don't get that part under control, y'all just turning your wheels. You're arguing, you're fussing, and you're cussing, and ain't nobody doing nothing, and you're just breeding dogs. And I'm trying to tell you, we were not considered breeders. But look at this dog here. What a day. I guarantee you can go through all our pedigrees and you're going to notice there is a formula there because my brother was not getting off of what was working within everybody else's yard. And we were getting the same thing that they were getting. Yep. Now, I don't know how y'all look at how this game worked, but I'm just telling you, the importance of the game for us was to have quality match dogs. In order that only way we was going to get quality match dogs that we had to do like what everybody else was doing. And as you notice, our papers don't look no different than everybody else's papers. And we were getting the same results. Same shit. Same shit. That's not up for arguing because that's the past. This has already been done. We don't have to talk about it. We can show you. It was same shit. Same shit.
Yeah.
Look
That's
at
how
it.
I did. And you know, I started my shit before you guys and all that. That's what somebody else before me did.
Yeah.
That's what Frank Fly in the game file did. That's the way Woody Stevens with horse racing did. That's how Tessio did it in Europe with his horses.
Yeah.
So, you know, the examples are there. It ain't shit we made up. It just we were smart enough to follow it. How does that guy do? How did Heinzel do it? By exactly what we're talking about here. There's some in there, and everybody does it. You have dogs that weren't matched, okay, but those are few and far between. For the most part, the ones that are in there, they were competed with. And Heinzel Carver did the same shit.
But look at that. Only going hard grand champion, but look at it. It don't look no different than everybody else's shit.
What's the name of it?
Oh, Red Ruby off of Brat Bread back to May 2. Bread.
Okay, it's what dog is it?
Red Ruby. Grand Champion Red Ruby. Grand Champion Red Ruby.
Okay, I'm gonna pull it up while you're on
there. Yeah, it would be off of Evolution and Southern Kennels Graveyard. Champion Graveyard off of Mayday and Lady Romeo.
Okay, let me see if I can find it. What does the pedigree say? Does it say GH.K. Red Ruby or?
No, it's here, I give you the number 386-711.
Yeah, I don't know how to look it up like that. It never worked. What's the name? I can look up the name.
Okay. Grand Champion Most Wanted Kennels Red Ruby.
Okay. Most Wanted Kennels.
It is.
Yeah.
Ruby. Put Gus back up to show you the difference between the two.
It doesn't come up. I'm sorry, guys. Go ahead. Continue with your point.
No, what I was pointing out was, you know, I went to our dogs and was just pointing out all the champions that was coming off our shit, right, was being bred back into the same old shit that created the shit.
Right. The pattern is there.
The pattern is right. Like I put up Red Ruby on the top side. On the top side of her, she is straight Stone City Mayday.
Gotcha.
On the bottom side, she's inbred Mayday. The daughter was off of Brat Bread back to Maytu. That's a father, mother, daughter, son shit there. You know what I'm saying? but it still got that Stone City cross. It's triple Mayday, basically.
Right.
But it's got the Stone City cross when you got that Sarah Kell. You know what I'm saying? And then when you go back and you look at Bebe's papers, and you're gonna see the same old shit. That's Sarah Kell right there. There's the Mayday. But then look.
Tons of examples. There's tons of examples of that pattern being repeated.
Yes.
Just, the names are different dogs are, and different bloodlines too.
Right, and that helps.
You can do the same thing with the different bloodlines. You can do it with a bully son dog. You can do it with a jeep dog, whatever you want.
You can see if you've seen it work. That's right. Like I was talking about that Black Rock shit. Y'all better do your homework. That's all I gotta say.
That's my friend.
That's all I gotta say. Y'all better watch that Black Rock shit. Cause they didn't do something Kennels.
Yeah. Yeah, he's good people too. I know him. I haven't talked to him in years, but we know each other. I've been down there. I've seen him do his thing. And of course, he probably, years ago when I saw him moving forward, he probably just increased his wins and champions and grand champions, all that stuff.
Oh yeah. And they've been consistent with it because we did a show on them. And they is on the same thing. You go in their yard, you're going to see a pattern of dogs. And it's the dogs that are winning, you're going to see that's the thing that has all their dogs in common. Yeah, all they doing is flipping it around, but it's still playing in the same concept. You can use the same dog if it's winning, and it's just a different dog. It's winning.
Yeah, and I would guess the foundation of all them different dogs today, I'm guessing the foundation is Chiflado and Tati stuff.
Yeah.
Coming through T-Bud.
Yep. You know what I'm talking about then.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, that T-Bud shit, yeah. That T-Bud.
Yeah. Now, he's probably added some crosses here and there, but that's just so he can keep that T-Bud stud going. He's always going to go back to that. He's always going to go back to because that's what a good breeder does. You keep that foundation there. So there's always going to be Tati Chiflado in his dogs. Some more heavy, some less, but it's in there. And all them dogs, whatever he's using, they're all going to be related to some extent.
Same thing. Because how they put that shit in there twisted, as long as you keep adding it, you still keep getting the results. And then when you start falling off from that right there, you start losing. You start losing. And guaranteeing the reason you start falling off because you ain't winning no matches with it. That's the first sign right there, shit going bad, because you ain't using it for what it was used for in the beginning. What got you to that point anyway. No, somebody ain't producing no winners. Somebody ain't sticking to the game plan. Y'all just putting papers together. Pretty papers, and that's it. First sign.
You lose it quick.
And you can lose it. Yes, you can.
Like over time, you lost it like that. No. In 1-2 generations, man, it's gone. That's how extreme that can get. Quick.
It's got
not long period of time. It goes away. Because why? Because you're not doing nothing with the dog.
That's it.
So the dogs themselves first are gonna lose it. They don't have it no more. So because they don't have it no more, when you breed them, they can't throw it no more. It's not in there.
Yep, that's true.
I get arguments with that all the time, but that's what it's proven.
But what are they arguing about though? Because most of the time, you above their head.
They arguing that they know how to breed good dogs. And I tell them without that performance and production behind them, I don't care who you are. You ain't gonna keep it. It's gonna be gone.
I'm still hitting him in the head over here. I'm still throwing jabs. Yeah, I
Right?
took.
That's how important it is. That's how important that is. And if you want other examples, name a breed that hasn't happened to. All them show dogs you see, they came from working or sporting dogs. They don't do shit no more. You see them on TV, you see them big shows and all that, a lot of money. People breeding dogs because of the way they look and certain build and certain height and all that stuff. Ignoring the performance, and now you have a shell of what the breed used to be. This dogs don't do shit no more. All them hound dogs you see on TV, they don't do nothing with them. Because they're not bred on what they can do, they're bred on how they look.
Yes, sir.
And that's all you're saying. That's all you're saying that would happen with the pit bull. If you don't do that, it's going to turn into a fucking show dog. It already has. That's what UKC stats are. Those dogs came from fighting dogs. But after 1935 or whatever it was, they went to the show side rather than the performance side. They stopped sanctioning matches and went more to the show side. And that's why most staffs ain't game. If you want to put it that way, that happened. And like I said, it happened with every fucking group, you know?
Yep, it sure does. If you're not careful, it happens with every breed. And like I said, you come home after that loss and you swore you took your best dog. When you left the house, you left with your best shit. When you came home empty-handed. So my question is, what the hell is left out there if you took your best shit? What are you walking into in the morning when you go out there? I would turn around and go back upstairs and go turn on the TV and lay down for a while. Cause I mean,
after you wake up from your nap, you gotta go out and run through your whole fucking yard.
I'm talking about I'm waking up with decision-making time. But this was the best shit I got out here. Then what is the rest of this shit here? Somebody tell me, what is the rest of this shit? Help me.
You better pray. You better pray you got a diamond in the rough somewhere, you know? Yeah. And that's not, you know, putting the funny stuff aside. That's happened. Happened to top breeders. That's why they lost their shit.
You know,
That's why you don't see them no more.
we just running through some going hard shit, right?
Showing them all this buck and
all this buck shit. You know, where everybody just think the buck shit had just totally disappeared. No, this shit actually kept going on. Once we got out of dogs, our proteges and them still took the same format and still ran with it. You done seen 357, you see Gaston all over this shit.
You put
because they stuck with what was working, fellas.
All that was.
It's proof in the pudding.
Yeah.
But then that's what the show was about tonight anyway, schoolboy. You know, and we thought Buck he would have been a good dog to bring it up with because of the controversy. But if we get out of the damn paper situation and go back to what the traits are and what you can see for yourself, and then you do your homework. Remember, you talked about that earlier. Don't believe what I tell you. Go back, go home and do your research, right?
Right.
So So we just took that conversation that we had earlier, came back and we helped them do their homework so they could actually see what this shit looks like. And it just didn't work for these people. This actually worked for us and actually worked after us.
Right. That's how you measure.
And that's
not
how
just,
you
not just
right.
What you can do, what other people do too. Same thing.
Same thing.
Same blood, same dog. You know, like that.
Kennel name might change. The name of the dog might change. But the blood don't change.
But the blood don't change.
The blood don't change. And I think that's where I be hearing a lot of people talk about a lot of things, but I think they need to get back to the matter of fact. And the matter of fact is performance is all we talk about over here. We don't give a damn about them papers. We don't give a damn him thing being game and ain't never been touched. We don't want to hear about nothing about that. All we want to hear about is what has it done and why do you say he gained? Where the merits at? See,
Right.
when we old school, this the only way we can talk to him because we old school. You can't, you can't take this old school attitude and try to make it work in the new school where we ain't been convinced that it's working in the new school.
Right.
Because the names ain't changed. Or we wouldn't still be talking about Jeep. We wouldn't be talking about Buck. We wouldn't be talking about Mayday. We wouldn't be talking about Red Boy. We wouldn't be talking about Bully or Midnight Cowboy. Am I correct?
Very good.
Okay.
Yeah, you're correct.
Damn right. It's time to start talking about the same damn dogs and start making up some new damn dogs. Because in my time, we went from goddamn Tudors, Diabo, and Kobe shit and went into some new name shit like Buck, like Yellow, like Mayday, like Yellow Buck. We got new names coming in. Now, when that time gonna come for y'all? You see where I'm coming from now, schoolboy?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's where we going. That's the whole meaning of it. It's time to start changing some goddamn names around here. Because goddamn it, y'all arguing about a bunch of bullshit to me. All them damn arguments you ain't got nothing to stand on. Then maybe you might need to just maybe shut up and slow down.
Their egos is
taking over.
Right.
Maybe it's time to shut up and actually start listening and paying the damn attention and actually see what the hell we're talking about. Because one damn thing for sure, you can't go change nothing in the history. It's already been done and it's solid. Let's see what the future look like. And let's start changing the damn history.
True.
And that's how we gonna close it up.
Yeah. Right. If someone does what you're saying, they'd like their dogs better. They'd be more proud of their shit.
Yes, they would.
Because they would have something to back up what they're saying. They'd have something to show for it, you know. So with that, thanks for having me on, guys. I appreciate it. Great show. You know, I try and catch it every time I can, and I appreciate you allowing me to talk for a few minutes here.
Well, before you go, do the final epilogue to this story here, because you're just the professor. I can't close out my class.
Go ahead and close it out.
Close it out for
Go
us,
ahead and
bro.
give him that little thing. Just sum it up for him.
Just sum it up for him.
Hey, thanks for having me on. Like I said, listen to the twins. A lot of good information. I come on here when I can, but even if I ain't here, they always have a good show and always make solid points. So if you can put your ego aside and listen and maybe put some of what they say into effect, like I said, you're going to like your dog better, man. You're going to be proud of them. They'll have something in front of you that you can be proud of. And then eventually it'll get out there. Other people will know it too.
So true.
So that's about all I have to say. But I'm going to get off here, guys. Once again, thank you. Salute to the chat, all them familiar names. Thanks for supporting the twins and for supporting me as well. So I'm out. Thanks a lot, guys. Take care.
As always, big brothers, definitely a privilege and a pleasure to have you come through. Y'all already know what's up. Them thumbs up. Y'all already know.
Y'all know what time
Y'all know what time it is.
We ain't got all night. We need to help you get some fingers ready. I need to get them thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Muscles, muscles, muscles. Now, give us some damn roses.
You know you gotta throw them roses for my brother schoolboys in the house.
Give me some damn roses for schoolboy. We need them damn roses.
I want you to just put your fingers on the button and just hold it down. You know it's always a pleasure when the professor comes in because he just solidifies my words. Nothing better than having somebody at that high, such a high level and part of history to come in and put his hand on my shit and tell me, twin, you saying the right shit? Shoot, I'm walking around here feeling all chesty and shit. Told y'all. I told y'all.
All right. All right, brother. All right, brother. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, big bro. That's the great thing about having somebody greater than you around. You know what I'm saying? Because if it makes sense to me and it makes sense to him, that should tell you something. It should tell you a lot. Unless you thick-headed and don't want to listen. You know, there's always a common battle. I guess common battles are going to always be there, but we doing too much battling in the wrong place. And the stocks is falling. You know what I'm saying? Price is going up, but the quality going down. Hey. Get them roses up. Get them roses up. I want Schoolboy to come back there and slide through that shit. That we let these people know over here in this room we love him. The professor. They be making some damn good points. Even if you didn't want to listen to me, how can you not listen to him? Sheesh. All right. But I enjoyed that conversation. I didn't have to work hard. When the professor walked in, I just like pointing shit out. Stand behind what he's saying. See what I'm saying? See. That's all I'm doing, just see. You know? If I can't sit there and say, well, what did you do? Well, guess what? I ain't did nothing. I ain't did nothing. You just take it like that and you go see for yourself. See if I'm lying or not. That's all. And then, you know what I mean? Just see if I'm lying. And if you don't see me lying, then you need to figure it out yourself. Shit works. Mike, what's up? Hey, guys, thanks for coming out on this Talk Shit Tuesday. I don't know if there was a bunch of shit talking, but I guess it was pretty suitable for Talk Shit Tuesday.
Let me get in there, Mo.
As always.
All right, fellas. Look, we ain't trying to stay here all night. We ain't trying to live up in this joint. We're going to try to keep them short tonight. But in all respect to any and everybody who out there listening and you guys watching, tonight's show is just based on, you know, the back and forth. And we're getting away from the quality of the reasons why we do what we do. Because, again, in this day and time for us, we can't come and live in the now. So trying to argue with us is almost like we knew it's a waste of time. You know, with all the great Kennels that we had come through here, to me, when we go through even their pedigrees, look at what they're working with. I mean, how can you just act like that don't exist? I mean, how you gonna argue with them? If you was back in our time, you wouldn't be arguing with them, or you'd be probably one of them to say I beat them or I lost to them, or I beat them or you got beat by them. I mean, that's how that worked. And then your argument would be what? You see, that's how I look at it. When you're arguing with nothing to stand on, what is your argument? You got to have something solid to stand on. You got to have a foundation in your arguments. Because without no foundation to your arguments, it just sounds like you just talking shit. And again, the motto around here is always, don't talk about it, be about it.
Right.
Stuck on that.
That's what the game was built on.
That's what it was built on, man. Being about it. You talk that shit, don't worry about it. We're gonna find out because we're gonna get about it. We're gonna be about it.
Rowdy about it.
We're gonna get rowdy about it. And if that's the attitude that maybe some people don't like, get a bulldog. I mean a real bulldog. Don't just shut your damn mouth and let him do the damn work. You ain't even find yourself not having to say too much of nothing. We very rarely ever talk about our losses. Not that we don't have them, but they're so easy to forget. We try to help forget them by replacing them with wins. That's just the era we come from. And then we too old to change. So if we're going to try to tell you how to do something, the first thing we got to get y'all to understand is, first of all, before you start talking, build a foundation.
We're giving you the formula to building a foundation, something that's going to be nice, sturdy, and strong. And it's going to last long, especially when you get it and it go right for you. It ain't no ones and dones. Listen to what I'm saying. Ain't no such things as one and done when you're trying to build something. Hopefully y'all getting that point. Hopefully you're taking it for what it's worth, because tonight we gonna be the messenger. As long as we the messenger, I always say you gotta be careful of the messenger. If you wanna check the messenger, check our body of work. Check the body of work and check these shows and look at some of the other people's body of work. You're gonna find something that we all had in common. And that was winners, and we had a great foundation. That's something to worry you're talking about. Anything other than that, you're just talking. I don't have no problem with you talking. I got a whole lot of problems with the arguing. What you arguing about? What you heard? What you thought you seen? Or what you got? Because if you argue about what you got, and you're right about it, you should be able to shut that argument down by doing what we do. I'll show you. And that's the direction I'm working in. Maybe that might cut down some of the bullshit that goes on. Make you a little bit more quieter. A little bit more quiet about how you're doing it until you get to the point to where you know you can get boisterous about your shit. If you ain't doing that, I don't see what you're arguing about. And you know how we do. It might come hard, a little bit rough. But again, you know what I mean? We always.
You already know it.
We always. I mean, damn it, for sure, Mo. Let them know, man. We always scratch the win.
Hey, now.
I'm telling you, man, we're going to see y'all Friday for Hot Mic Friday. Until then, everybody enjoy your week. Stay safe. And who your dog of the night, man? You already know who.
My dog of the night, I'm already on. My dog of the night is this one.
Hey, man, appreciate the love, y'all.
That's my dog of the night right there.
Appreciate the love, everybody, with their hearts and the roses. I appreciate that. I really appreciate that.
My dog of the night. I was gonna throw Red Ruby up there, but since I've been showing all this love to my boy Super Kennels 357 and shit, that was just a little show up to look slow up. Yeah.
As a reminder, it looks just like everything